Mic check. Wait a minute. Hang on. My mic was on, right? On that scene? It shouldn't have been. It was lit up. I could have been recreating that one meme. It's like, oh, I'm stroking my. I don't want to do the meme, dude. It's a funny meme, but um, I got lotion all on my blah 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 blah. Do you guys know that meme? Oh, dude. I feel rough. It's my own fault though. It's my own fault. So, um, for those that don't know, there's a lot of like really expensive music software, right? And it always kind of struck me that there aren't enough open source projects within the music community, especially considering how obsessed a lot of musicians are about tone and timbre and everything, you know? And I'm like, God, the Kemper modeling amplifier has been around since like what, or popular since like 2010. AxeFX has as well, super popular for a long time. Neural DSP has been out forever. I remember playing with Guitar Rig 3 in like 2008. You know what I mean? Like, so we're talking a long time, 16 years of digital amplification, and we still have shitty open source digital audio workstations. Unfortunately, there are some good free DAWs, but they're not open source. But I discovered something, and I can't believe I know why I didn't discover it sooner. It's kind of annoying, but I can't believe that I still didn't. And it's the Neural Amp Modeler. So they have this thing called the Neural Amp Modeler. It's an open source project that is meant to be, I wouldn't say a competitor, but similar to Neural DSP, which is it is a guitar, amp, and cabinet modeler that uses neural networks to analyze signal chains in order to recreate the tone and timbre of specific setups. So if your favorite guitar hero, you know, has like an Eddie Van Halen 5150 or an old Marshall JCM 800 or an even older Marshall Plexi that is almost impossible to find now, it is arbitrary to make a model of it, a digital model of it, to recreate that signal chain completely digitally. And software like Neural DSP has really taken advantage of this, selling certain plugins for upwards of $200-300. Like I was looking at a Granophere plugin that was like $200, which to be fair, the Granophere is a super rare amplifier. I don't know anybody that owns one. Not really. You have some amplifiers like the Diesel VH4 that are also exceptionally rare and exceptionally expensive. You're talking like a $5,000 amplifier that, you know, so people think, $200 isn't so bad. Except there's no reason that someone who is tech savvy, a programmer, couldn't create their own neural network to analyze those signal chains, right? And that's exactly what someone did. They created this thing called the Neural Amp Modeler that is an open source project in beta that takes a file type called a NAM file. And that NAM file is basically a file that it's the output of a neural network analyzing the signal chain of specific hardware. And you can go out onto a website like ToneHut and you can look up your favorite amplifier, your favorite cabinets. Like, oh, I want a Marshall JCM 800, right? But I want an orange 4x12 cabinet with vintage Celestion 30 speakers in it. Guess what? You can do that. You can do that. It's still in beta. There are some definite hurdles that it needs to overcome. But when I discovered that, Chad, I went down a rabbit hole at like 3 o'clock in the morning of just chasing down and trying to figure out like what amplifiers and stuff it didn't have. One amplifier that I could only find one model of the Granophere because I was instantly curious. I'm like, well, that's a rare one, and it's awful. It is an awful NAM file. You're only going to find 1 grand if you're on Tone Hut. Don't recommend. However, Arlington, God, what is it called? Arlington Music, I think, did a whole bunch of orange stuff. Orange dual terror, orange rocker verb, tons of like impulse responses and things like that. Very, very good. But the hurdle is that it can only analyze with one set of settings at a time. So if you ever look at an amplifier, you will notice that you have like maybe a volume knob, a tone knob, a gain knob. You might have an EQ, so you might have like a bass, a mid, treble. You might have a switch for high output, low output. You might have multiple inputs. A lot of older amplifiers actually have a bass input. They have a low bass and a high bass. A lot of people don't know this, but one of the key things behind Tony Iommi, who is the guitarist of Black Sabbath, one of the key things about his tone was that in his Laney, he uses the high bass jack instead of the guitar jack. So he's running it through his Laney rig as if it's a bass. That's the reason why it has so much like low end growl to it. It almost sounds like the guitar is detuned, even though a ton of those songs are in E or maybe downtuned like half a step. But because you can only record one setting at a time, you end up with these huge packs of files where it's like an orange dual terror gain set to 1, and then another one set to 2, and then another one set to 3, and then another one set to 4. But there's no reason, knowing as much as I do about FL Studio, that I couldn't create a patch for that. You just create a patch with a single knob, and all it does is it turns the wetness up or down on each individual instance of the neural amp modeler for each gain stage. And so as you turn your knob up, right, if your knob is pointed at 1, then the instance that has its gain set to 1 is at 100% wetness. And as you turn it to 2, its wetness will phase out and be replaced by the second gain stage. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to try and do it tonight to see if I can get that to work, because I would basically be recreating an orange dual terror in FL Studio using a neural amp modeler. And gain staging, really I'm using it wrong here, but like volume and gain are kind of technically different. So is distortion. Old school distortion and fuzz pedals and stuff, what they do is they crank the signal up so much that it clips, and so it's kind of like cutting off certain portions of the signal, which results in distortion. But you have the volume knob on your guitar, then you might have, say, a volume pedal, then you might say have like an overdrive or a gain pedal or a distortion pedal, or maybe even all of them. You might have a volume into like a crunchy overdrive, into a distortion pedal, into something that's just full on fuzz. And those are all different gain settings, right, in the signal chain leading to the amplifier, which then has its own volume and its own gain. Do you see what I'm saying? And so there are different stages to the gain. There are different approaches to achieving the sound. I think Eddie Van Halen almost did everything through his amplifier. So almost all the gain or distortion that you hear from Eddie Van Halen was directly through the amplifier. But a more common approach is kind of the shoegazy approach, which is where you try to get as clean of an amplifier and speaker setup as possible, that is as clean and crisp and direct signal sounding as possible, and then you add your textures to it with pedals. Gain staging can be really, really complicated. Even when recording, like there was this idea that all these input manufacturers, like Scarlett Focusrite said, oh, you want to turn your volume up until it clips in the red and then peel it back until it doesn't do that anymore. And that's technically wrong. You actually want your signal in through your recording device to be as low as possible, because you only have so much wiggle room between the volume your guitar is at and the most the signal can take. And so if you turn that input up, you're squeezing it into a smaller and smaller space so that you have less dynamic range, right? Whereas if you input it as quiet as humanly possible, that will still work with like your noise gate. That's another thing to consider, because if you have some like 60 cycle hum because you're on single coils or something like that, you're gonna have to turn that up a little bit so that the noise gate will cut off all that underneath. But the wider that is, the greater your dynamic range. Yeah, sure is. Yeah, there absolutely is. Kemper modeling amplifiers, I'm pretty sure you used to just plug right into an amplifier. But there are guides online. You can look them up. Um, this is going to randomly play some crap. Or it's not. Hang on. There we go. Ooh, hello there, microphone. Yeah, so by dynamic range, I'm referring to amplitude. The difference between the quietest sound and the loudest sound. So if your signal going into your interface is really loud, you have a really loud signal going into it. Well, there's only so much room that the signal can handle before it becomes distorted. And generally, you want the signal coming from you to be clean. All the distortion and stuff you want to control manually. You don't want to have the side effect of distortion on accident. You don't want to just accident your way into distortion like they did in the 50s. You know, we're not cutting holes into our speakers to try and get a distorted sound, right? So you want it to be as quiet as possible so that you have much more wiggle room between your quiet and loud. Now, if you're a metalhead, if you're just doing straight JIT stuff, you don't really need to worry about that so much. But if you're like doing blues licks or jazz or something like that, and your signal is super hot, for one thing, it changes the tonal characteristics of your guitar. So you might plug into like a plexi in real life, like an old Marshall plexi, and be like, man, it's so crisp and beautiful, you know, like Fender Twin Reverb or something, you know, really, 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 really nice jazz sound or blues sound. And then you plug it into an interface, you read the manual, it says turn it up until it turns red, and then back it off a little bit, and you're like, damn, this sounds way too hot. There's way too much gain coming off my guitar, but that's what the manual said. Do you see what I'm saying? So like if you have a tone going through your amplifier that you really like, you should by ear try to manually get as close to that dry signal, mind you, without any gain or anything, as possible. And that's the best way. The reason why people figured this out was they would get like an amp model of like a JCM 800, like a really famous amplifier, but they would actually own a JCM 800. And they would plug their Fender into the real thing and it would sound crisp and clean and have a lot of dynamic range. And then they would do what the interface manufacturer said, like for Focusrite. And they're like, this sounds like garbage. Why does this sound like garbage? It was because they had too much gain going into the signal right away. Yeah, I used to use a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not an expert on it anymore. I'm probably wrong about a lot of this stuff because the community moved past me. When I was first doing this stuff back in like 2006, 2007, we didn't have anything. I think Guitar Pro for tablature was like in its first or second iteration. I think the first version of Guitar Rig I used was Guitar Rig 2, which was super weak sauce compared to modern equivalents. Guitar Rig 5 is still fucking fire though. I remember using the original Amplitude. We're at like Amplitude 5 now. We didn't have Neural DSP. Um, there were all sorts of like weird tricks because most people didn't have interfaces. They were using like jacks to USB and actually plugging into a USB interface and using like software to kind of mitigate the latency and shit like that. Like it's changed a lot. You really want to talk to someone who's maybe an expert on it. Talk to Dap. I do think though, even with neural amp modeling, that at least for now, certain types of amps cannot be recreated properly. And by that I mean like true to life tube amps. And there's a couple reasons for that. I can actually explain based on my own tube amplifier, right? So you have these glass tubes, right? And they need to warm up. That's why there's like a bypass switch on a lot of tube amplifiers. It's so that you don't have just dry signal going through. You don't have like the hum, right? You hit the bypass switch, but you turn it on and you let the tubes warm up. And the tubes have different tonal characteristics based on how hot they are. So when you first start playing, you might notice that you have less gain. And then the longer you play, you actually gradually get more and more gain because those tubes are warming up, they're getting hotter. And there are certain tonal characteristics that are actually related to the physical properties of the tubes based on what your volume and your gain are that you can't really recreate digitally. You can kind of sort of fake it, But unless we're gonna do a full on, physical simulation of the voltages, amperage, temperature, you know, fucking humidity conditions of tube amps. Yeah, tube amps are kind of the golden standard for guitar nerds. Usually, there are some good solid state ones. I played a solid state Randall once that was amazing, but tube amps are where it's at if you want like proper guitar sound. I guess I don't know how else to say it. Things are super digitized now. Maybe I'm too old school. I remember it was like a huge deal. Like everybody's first amp was solid state. They always saved and saved and saved and saved and were real careful to pick what their first tube amp was. Or they got something super cheap like I did because it was a cheap tube amp, which is exactly what I did. Pretty sure mine's like a 120 watt PV Windsor with DL34 tubes. People talk about how it's really weak, but honestly, a big part of that is just the preamp's kind of eh. I think the preamp is actually modeled after the JCM 800, but it doesn't do a great job. But the big thing that people neglect are the speakers. If I were to go out and get like an orange cabinet, like a 4x12 with Celestians in them, and I were to run my PV Windsor into it, you'd be like, damn, okay, that $250 amplifier you have actually is loud as fuck. I know. People don't realize that. There is kind of some snobbery in the music community when it comes to certain things, like what guitars you played. I've always been poor, so I'm like, I'm gonna rig this cheap Fender knockoff with a rusted bridge up and make it sound as good as fucking humanly possible. And I always just made it work. But I am not nearly as good as I used to be. I was doing some like basic arpeggio drills the other day, and I am so bad. Also, certain stretches are super annoying. Like I used to be able to do like a 3-5-7 stretch, right? You play open, so it would be like open 3-5-7. And if you were in like an open tuning or a drop tuning, you would do that across the low rather, 3 strings, and you could really build up speed going forward and back that way, and it helped your hand kind of warm up and stretch. And I can't. I mean, I can, but it's so bad. I don't know why I stopped playing. I actually don't. Other than I got busy, I guess. It's kind of sad. Like, I had accidents and stuff. I could give you a whole bunch of excuses like you have. Got arthritis in my hands. I cut my fucking finger open and smashed my middle finger in a car door. And all those things definitely affected it. But ultimately, I just stopped playing. Almost exactly, actually, when I started dating my ex. Damn, I didn't think about that. I really didn't think about that. Dude, I also just like tube amps. So, I've mentioned this before, but you guys you have to appreciate how cool this is. There is this dude I used to work with. His name is Richard. Richard, you're never going to see this, but you are a fucking baller. You had really, really good taste in classic rock. Like, I actually have to hand it to you. It was a very discerned taste. Sure, dad rock, whatever. Bro had taste, though. He had a snell of a fucking mustache. He had transition glasses. He had the dad drip where it's like, striped polo and khakis. He chain smoked apple scented tobacco out of a wooden pipe. Only dude I know who took pipe breaks, right? Fucking baller though. He was like, "Hey, I'm getting rid of this amp," and he's like, "It's not very expensive, but I'll cut you a deal." And I'm pretty sure I actually didn't pay $250 for it. I'm pretty sure I only paid $200 for that like 100 watt PV Windsor tube amp and the 4x12 cabinet that came with it. But he had kept it in his music room so long and had smoked in that music room. It was like a detached garage or something. I remember being at his place once. I didn't go in, but I drove by. But because of that, he chain smoked that Apple pipe tobacco in that detached garage where all his music equipment was. And tube amplifiers get warm. You turn them on, you flip the bypass so you don't have to deal with the hum while it's warming up, and they genuinely get warm. And as it got warm, it started to smell more and more like the best smelling Apple pipe tobacco you've ever smelled in your life. And that was so cool, dude. I loved rigging up some like pedals and a cheap shitty guitar and just fucking cranking the gain all the way fucking up. High output, stupid loud, pissing off the neighbors to the sweet, sweet smell of Apple tobacco. It was so good. Jordan, bro, I love you, my guy. I'm on stream. All right, hang on, boys. Hang on. I had to call him back because one time he did this. He called me, right? And I ignored it because I'm like, bro knows I'm streaming. I find out later his car had broke down. He was like an hour away, had no way home. And I just felt like a giant piece of shit for being like, bro, you know what I mean? So this time when he called, I was like, I better answer it. I don't, and he did. He just wanted to catch up. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, I'm streaming. But I had to call him back. Like I answered, but he hung up right as I answered, so I had to call him back. And he was like, "Oh no, I'm just driving to work. I wanted to see how you were doing, making sure you were alive." I'm like, "Yeah, perhaps unfortunately, but here we are, boys, eating shitty burritos." Oh, yeah, I have too many hobbies, chat. Too many hobbies. I think about this a lot. It's the only thing my stepmother ever said to me that was kind of right. I learned the ghost notes are the dude. Ghost notes are fucking like so important in drumming. That's actually sick. I remember wanting a zip drive super bad when I was a kid. I'm like, what do you mean it can store 3 GB? I was like, that's insane. My floppy is only 3.5 fucking megabytes. This crazy. Yeah, ghost notes are huge. I'll check it. Give me a second. I'm eating the burrito. Let me finish this burrito and then I'll check the DM. I'll see if I can find the video. There's a video on programming drums and drum patterns. I actually would recommend it. I would actually, even as a drummer, if you're like just learning to play drums, I would recommend it. Yeah, it's because it lurches forward. You're so used to regular 3D. You have to understand that that wasn't a thing. I mean, it was a thing, but not at that quality. I don't think you can appreciate how a 1997 ribbon looked. Like, woo. The OG, yeah. I'm pretty sure there is a way to turn off transitions in the OG. Dude, you have to understand. I don't know about Ribbon, but Myst, its predecessor, was made in HyperCard, which was, if correct me if I'm wrong, Brant, but basically slideshow software. They're like, oh shit, we can make a whole ass video game in fucking, Microsoft PowerPoint, basically. And that's what they did. And then it became a gigantic fucking hit. And they were like, oh, fuck, we have to do this again. Shit. Yeah, I'm confident you could do a miss like it. Yeah, you absolutely. Yeah, I thought about doing that as like a fun thing. You know what? We should do that. We should do just a short video series. I've got so many developers in chat, right? And I know how to use PowerPoint. I'm sure all of us do to some degree, right? Is it possible to make a miss-like game solely in PowerPoint and then just share PowerPoints with people? Like, could you? It probably would be better to use shit. What is LibreOffice's equivalent? It's it's not slides. Is it Impress? Oh, see, that's why I was saying that we should maybe do LibreOffice instead, because all the underlying everything is open source, so it might be easier to encapsulate. That was actually my thought. All right, where's this? Where's this? Ooh, extra sent me things. Let's see. All right. Got to figure out how to play dwarf mining game in space with Crimson at some point. Oh, oh. I was like, where's the sound? LibreOffice is pretty beat. There's no video, there's just audio. I'll explain here in a minute. As soon as this finishes, I'll explain what this is. And you guys have to appreciate it. It's got about 6 more seconds. Right. Right. Brax caught on. So, Extra doesn't have access to like big fancy DAWs and stuff. What it does have access to is 1-Bit Dragon. And 1-Bit Dragon can make some pretty cool stuff, but man, it can be really limiting if you're used to working with a traditional DAW. Oh my god, like FL Studio sequencer absolutely blows 1-Bit out of the park. But for someone with very little experience actually programming drums in MIDI to sit down and do that in 1-Bit, I don't think I could have done that. 1-Bit is kind of hard. Yeah, it's kind of hard to work with because I'd be like, oh, I need to like, how do I do triplets? You know what I mean? Where's my triplet? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like spoiled. I need to convert this to piano roll because I need to do a 4-on-3 time, you know, like you can't do any of that in 1-Bit. And so you've got someone who, as far as I know, has never like sat down to learn drum patterns. They just experimented in software that is kind of difficult to get into and still made something that sounded fucking cool. Like honestly, the biggest problem I have with 1-Bit, honestly, I think the biggest thing, unless they have upgraded, is velocity. You can't change velocity. When you hit a note, you hit a note. It is maximal strength every time. But there's this thing called hang on. Oh my god, I'm gonna get it wrong. I think it's like the CR708. Ah, 78. Yeah, the Roland CR78 drum machine, and I can show you guys as an example. It doesn't have a lot of it has more modularity than 1-Bit, but considering how old it is. But there is this thing, it's a Tom York CR78. If you guys have never seen this, this shows what you can do with a drum machine that doesn't have any kind of complex velocities, any kind of weird time signatures, nothing. It's just two dudes with guitars out in a fucking park somewhere, right? And an old Roland drum machine. I love Radiohead. It's probably my favorite softer music. It's fucking sad though. It's always sad. Just wait for it. I can't play the whole thing because YouTube will get mad. But see, watch. That's not complicated. That is not a complicated drum pattern. It's not insane fucking feels with toms and like everything quantized and weird times. None of that. It's just two dudes, real simple fucking drum pattern, and boom, you're making a song in the park. I think that's sick. I love that. Also, Johnny is like the one guy who really makes me want to pick up a Telecaster. I've never played one. Dear grunge.
Touches like a breeze. Shines us understanding. See the moon is smiling.
I'm pretty sure that's an Epi dot, like a 335 dot. I'd love to have one of those too. If I were going to get a semi-hollow guitar. But I'm too poor, man. I'm too poor. All right, well, hang on. We got Terraria mods be like, and then we got probably Stemkey doing something insane in Portal. A little loud. Baphomet. Baphomet. Uh-oh. I need to play Terraria because I never have. Is this just a mod that lets you walk on water? Well, I mean, I think it's additional content. Oh, you can fly. Terraria is one of those games that is fundamentally super simple, but has enough emergent properties that it becomes one of the biggest games ever made. Uh-oh, that's a black hole. Uh-oh. What? Why does the angel have... Why is the angel's face censored, chat? Why is the angel's face censored? Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay, this looks stupid hard. Oh, that's a black hole. Ooh, that was so close. This is actually kind of good gameplay, holy shit. Bro is juggling a lot right now. Ooh. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on here. Ooh. Why do I feel like somebody who's really into Ultra Kill made a mod for Terraria? Like, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing just because holy shit, it's 10 minutes. But this is insane. Phase 3. We're falling into the black hole. Murph, tell him to stay, Murph. Tell him to stay. It's crazy, dude. You passed the test. Jesus Christ, you guys are crazy. All you Terraria players are absolutely insane.
Yep. Didn't make it? Oh. Oh my god, dude. Did you see that?
Run! It's gonna happen again.
What?
Okay. Terraria is amazing, just the base game. There are so many items and playstyles. It's incomprehensible by human minds. The levels of Terraria is ridiculous, modded to death. Empress of Light on crack. Undertale Sands. Ooh, hang on. Ooh, wait. Yo. Yeah. This is not associated with 1-bit, so I have to open 1-bit. Hang on. I think I have it installed. I do. What do you mean Steam's not open? That's weird. All right, hang on. Open. And then under music production, weird random song. Yo, let's go. Yeah, he just Oh, so there are actually velocities. I lied. But they're static velocities. See? The velocities are static. I'm looking for kick snare. So every other. Yeah, with emphasis on every other. Yeah. Man, it's weird looking at the sequencer for... Man, the clap sound could use work, though. You know what this reminds me of, actually? If you were to tone it down a little bit, it reminds me of a song. This one. Bro, good luck. I hope you find cool shit. Just give it a minute. I knew it reminded me of something. I'm like, why does this sound so familiar? The lead singer of Garbage is like friends with the lead singer of this band. They did a song together. It wasn't that great of a song, though, to be honest. This is probably their best song. If you like kind of like the old school Bauhausian style goth shit.
Got a big plan, this mindset, maybe it's right at the right place and right time, maybe tonight in a whisper or handshake, sending a sign, wanna make
It kind of, I don't know why, but it reminds me of your track. It does. You need to the crash would probably have to go and the clap would have to go. Hang on. I don't even remember how to reset the stop. Yeah, play. Bro. Right? And then
make out and kiss hard, wait now night
That's so close. That's so close. That's crazy. crazy. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to make drum beats in a 1-bit now. I just need to rig up the bass. I have to change my bass strings. I've been thinking about that. Like, I love bass. I really do, man. You just throw a little bit of delay on it, a little bit of chorus on it, and well, yeah. There are a lot of really common drum patterns, and it's kind of hard to break out of them without going into weird time signatures because just about every drum pattern you can think of has been thought up because it's to a grid generally. So like tricks that people use to break out of the commonalities in drum patterns are things like ghost notes, like Stemke mentioned, which is sort of like a soft note leading in or a soft note coming out of a note. So you might play like the snare really hard, but then really soft, or really soft and then really hard, immediately next to each other. Another thing you can do is shift the grid a little bit, or apply what's called swing. You apply swing to your drum pattern to kind of change it up a little bit. You can change up the instrumentation. Metal actually does this. Like usually, the pulse is a hi-hat, but in metal it's usually the kick. That's why there are so many blast beats and things like that. So there are a lot of tricks. You can't help it. You're gonna recreate someone else's drum pattern to a degree always. Maybe not always, but damn near always. There's nothing wrong with that, though. It is the subtleties in the way that you play, the way you apply swing, where you place ghost notes, what instrumentation you choose, that makes you a unique or good drummer if you are like playing traditional drums. But the same can apply to drum machines. Just ask Jay Dilla. Jay Dilla, like slicing the grid really weird and applying all sorts of strange swing where he'd have individual instruments with different swings, is what made that style of like lo-fi hip-hop popular in the first place. And that's why sometimes when you listen to modern lo-fi, it feels sort of soulless. It's because they've got the timbre right. Like things sound like they were recorded on a record, but the swing and shit is just not there. The sampling, the understanding of how to sample, slice, and swing things is not as fully fledged as it would be with someone like Jay Dilla. He's just better at sampling than most modern artists are. There are exceptions. There are definitely people that are really good at it today, but what is the Electronic Rhythm Archive? Whoa, that's fucking cool. Okay, so this is a landing page for right, an initiative to make pre-programmed auto rhythms from home keyboards. Oh, that's actually sick. That's actually cool. I love that. Oh man. I'm gonna look for certain ones. Conrad Casio. Oh, we need more. Because there is a lot of Casio here. Don't get me wrong, Casio had a lot of cool stuff. Okay, so we have MP3s. Do a lot of these have MIDI output? I'm curious. No, they're like WAV files and audio files, so we just have the audio versions. Okay, we're gonna go with what is most popular. Starred 5 times. Also starred 5 times, but with fewer eyes, which means its ratio is better. 6 times. Okay, let's go in here. Variable bitrate MP3 is fine. Wait, how big is the FLAC total? You know what? Let's not do FLAC, even though it's smaller. Let's go ahead and do our WAV. Download 24 files. Let's see how big this is. This is probably going to be kind of big. Or not at all. It's 15 megabytes. Holy shit. Hang on, boys. Hang on. Hang on. Don't save. I don't want to mess up your thing. Don't break the audio. Don't break the audio, baby. Go to FL Studio Audio. There we go. Okay. FL Studio Audio. Need to go into here. I lost a bunch of my impulses and stuff. I don't know where they went. I thought I backed them up. I just realized there they are. Oh no, I did lose them all. I definitely had way more than that. I had tons. I mean, an insane number of impulses. We are going to extract to, what is this? This is the Casio MT800. So we're going to have a Casio MT800 / create a folder for me, baby. Let's go. All right. I accidentally put a Y, but whatever. Okay, so we got, these are the rhythms, I believe, right? And that is 90. So go to 90. Okay, it didn't ask to stretch. Yo! Bro, we could have so much fun with this. Now, unfortunately, you have to be careful about doing that. Hang on. In here, we'll do a E3 generic, and that should let me change the speed, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. No, it won't. Okay, so the best way to do that then. See, they used to separate out the sampler and audio files as two different things once upon a time, and unfortunately, they don't really do that anymore. Oh, it's because I'm at 101. So I need to go to 90. Damn, that snaps perfectly. Fit the tempo, please. 90. Okay, play song. So now we can adjust speed of stuff. Cool. All right, so what we need to do though, just for a quick example, hang on. I need to look at the speed of these. Are they all 90? They are all 90. That's beautiful, because what that means, I keep double clicking that thinking I can type 90. I feel like that used to be a thing. That must have been a thing in one of the older FL Studios, because I keep doing that. And then we're going to drag these in. Yes, let's go. Yes, let's go. Okay, now we can just test them. Wait. How many times does it play? Okay, it is just one bar. Okay. Bro, here's the cool thing. Like, if you were to throw this into, like, some compression and some distortion with, like, maybe a bit crusher or something. Do I have a bit crusher? I have a wave shaper. I could do it with that. Rect, I think, is actually a bit crusher. I need more bass out of it. Hang on. Ah, saturation mask. Sounds nice, but I think the old boost is what I want. Then we need to EQ this. Hang on. Yeah, equalizers. I could use Echo and just analyze. And then another equalizer. Just come here. and then you just put some automation on this. You could have fun with this, but that wasn't what I wanted to do. That didn't sound anything like what I pictured in my head. I was thinking like a really bit crushy low end. I think honestly, probably the best way to do like a bit crushy low end is actually to manipulate it like here. Probably set its bass lower. Yeah, it sounds super slow though. You could get some like industrial sounds with this, probably. Can I set it to cut itself and do weird stuff? Yeah, you definitely could. Oh shit, gross beat, you're right. Yo, you could do, I'm not gonna do this live on stream. This is where you start to play with stuff and it sounds like garbage for an hour before you find something that sounds cool, and you just subject everybody to you playing random weird shit that no one gives a fuck about. I definitely have made people endure like tuning guitars and shit. I'm not going to do that to you guys. But that is cool that these exist, and I definitely could have fun with them. I was hoping though that they would have like the actual MIDI files for the rhythms. I I want to say FL Studio has the DX thingy mabob, right? Hang on. Where is it? Oh, those are effects. They should not be here. Ah. Hang on. I feel like it has to do with the MIDI out somewhere. Yeah, so I'm not saying that it shouldn't have the WAV files. I'm saying that it would also be cool to have the actual MIDI, because if you have the actual MIDI, then you can dump it into your own instruments. And so you could have like an old school instrument that, or an old school composition with modern instruments. Like you could throw it into like FPC or something, you know? Oh man, I don't know why polka is the default, but it is for some damn reason. Let's go with like 808. There are patterns in here. I'm pretty sure that's what these MIDI loops are. So you could take those old Casio MIDI loops and you could grab up one and dump it in there. Right? That would be super cool. Because then you could dump this into like FPC, literally drag and drop samples wherever you wanted them and make your own stuff from the old. But I get it. It would not be that difficult anyway. There's online tools that will let you take an audio file and convert it back to MIDI. And those are simple enough. I think you could. Honestly, you could probably just do it by hand. It's usually like 4 instruments. It's like a hat. Well, you definitely have a kick, a snare, a hat, maybe a cymbal, maybe a tom. You know, it's not... Oh, look at that. There's a clap in there too. Crazy. So complicated. But no, I love how this band gets away with so little. Like, if you pay attention, you've got one background sample. And that background sample, I'm pretty sure, is distortion from the guitar before the guitar comes in. The guitar is clean with just like a little bit of reverb on it. Almost the entire rhythm is a bass guitar, and the drums are stupidly simple. I feel like people get way too caught up in complexity. I never liked Green Day, I'm gonna be honest.
One eternity later.
I'm in love with you, and the government is bad. Did I mention?
Is this real? Is this really one of their songs? Okay, I would. The fact that I have to ask tells you something. I'm trying to remember. Have you guys ever heard this song? I love that it's just 1:15 and it's like punk metal. Dude, I miss when punk was punk, bro. I mean, there's still some good punk bands, don't get me wrong, but just like everything else, it's super deeply buried and super hard to fucking find anymore. It drives me crazy.
It's okay to leave your dog in a hot car. It's okay to leave your dog in a hot car. Nothing could possibly happen if you leave a dog in a hot car. John, do you mind telling me about the song It's Okay to Leave Your Dog in a Hot Car?
I don't quite remember that one very well. But you know, it was the 60s, we didn't know any better. I think George actually wrote that one.
It was all John's idea, yeah. He knew exactly what he was talking about, you know. He bloody hated dogs. When he wasn't ruthlessly stomping them on the streets, he would cook them up in a stew and eat them. I can't really say I blame him, though. Little bastards.
Did you guys see the dude that recreated hang on, the guy who recreated we were talking about the neural amp modeling thing. This dude recreated all of Kurt Cobain's old signature sounds. I don't remember where I saved it. Give me a second. But I watched it and was like, "Are you fucking kidding? That's actually nuts that you went through all that trouble." View my channel. It's going to be a saved playlist somewhere. Probably one of my personal ones. Let's just look at Watch Later. Watch Later probably has it. Where are you? Computer science stories, guitar, keyboard, sleep, game dev, writing, streaming, exercise. Wait. Ah! I have no idea what just happened because the notification didn't pop up on my screen. I just got lambasted by Pornhub music. So whatever just happened. Whatever just happened. The notification didn't go off. So thanks for the raid / donation / follow / fucking jump scare. I don't know what to say. Damn, where did I put it? And why do I not have a watch later thing? Where is my watch later list? Later list. Later list? There it is. This is sick. Oh, this guy used, I'm not sure that he used a neural network to do it, but he recreated like all of Kurt Cobain's old signature sounds and even spoke with the producer of In Utero to create an In Utero impulse response pack, and it sounds fucking sick. It is insanely accurate. And for those of you that are like, oh, but it sounds bassier in the mix. Yeah, that's called a bass guitar. When I found this, I was like, and bro worked on it for like years.
Well, howdy everybody. How's it going? Before I jump into this video,
I want to talk about how is his voice audio so good, because I don't see a lavalier. I don't see his microphone at all. It's like he overdubbed himself. Does he have like a microphone like right here? Why does it sound so good?
I want to take just a second to talk
Must be a really good shotgun mic, yeah.
about Steve Albini. My last video I had up on this channel was an interview that I did with Steve, and he's no longer with us anymore. For those of y'all that have followed this channel, you probably understand how much Steve really meant to me, and he had a lot of really nice things to say about what I was doing too. He inspired just the living out of me in the way that he recorded and his whole approach, which was always unorthodox and different. So it's a huge loss.
Yes, Steve Albini.
It doesn't feel right
passed.
starting off this video without saying that. Now, I actually have an email from Steve after my last interview that I did with him. I forgot to ask him about a couple guitars.
He was the producer on the In Utero album. I'm like 100% sure. So he worked alongside Kurt Cobain. He knew what instruments they used, what amps they used, what settings they liked. In fact, if I remember right, Kurt Cobain had like a very specific distortion pedal that everybody universally in the guitar scene thinks is garbage. And apparently he owned like 10 of these pedals, but he only liked one of them. Only one of them sounded the way he wanted it to sound, which that's so accurate because it's either like placebo or somehow some minor manufacturing defect resulted in that pedal just sounding better.
That were on the record. And I feel like I should share that email before we jump into this, because it actually has a little bit of importance about the guitars that Kurt used. I asked him about the
We're not gonna watch this whole thing.
Because Kurt had a High Flyer custom. He had just a ton of Univox High Flyers. And I wanted to know which
You
one
can get
was
those
used
cheap,
on the
by the way.
record, which one was actually there. Steve said, I only remember seeing one High Flyer.
You can
It
go
had the
on
original pickups
eBay
with the nickel chrome surround ring.
find
It was
those old
possible there were
Univox,
others, but it was
guitars
mostly that
fairly
guitar,
cheap.
his Mustang, and the Volino from memory. And I can attest to that. That's definitely true. This is the configuration of High Flyer that was used on a Nitro. Kurt had one. I don't think there's many photos of him with it. If there are, I've never really seen it, but here's a photo of it from the vault. That's the Inutero High Flyer. And I also wanted to ask
Rusty
Steve
and
on the
janked up.
record about what pickups were in the Volino. I asked him, I said, your Volino that was used, would it have been fitted with P90s or some other configuration of pickups? At the time of the session, it had the original Guild pickups. I had it fitted with P90s for my own use afterward, then refitted it with the Guild pickups when I sold it to the collector/dealer guy.
So, like, bro owned Kurt Cobain's guitar after Kurt Cobain passed, but with P90s in it for his own use, and then reconfigured it when he sold it to a collect. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Steve's Volino is now in a museum.
I love Jaguars, but there's one major problem with Fender Jaguars. In my opinion, it's not a major problem; it's a minor problem. But I've always tuned lower, even before it became popular. Like playing in Drop C and stuff was stuff I was doing in like 2008, 2009. And honestly, the reason was because most of your digital audio workstations are like keyed into C by default. So like if you were to like bring up a piano VST and you were to punch something into a sequencer, it would automatically be a C note. And so it just made my amateur mind better able to understand what instruments I was referencing. If I played the open low note, it was in the same key as those notes. Later on, that changed. I started doing a lot more weird stuff like tunings because I understood music theory a lot better. But the Fender Jaguar, I don't know about the Jag stand, is a 24-inch scale length guitar. So it is very short. To put it in perspective, most Fenders are 25 and a half, right? Most Gibsons are 24 and 3/4. The Jaguar is 24. So it is an inch and a half shorter than a regular Fender. I don't want to say a regular Fender, but other Fenders like Strats and Telecasters and stuff, which means that it's really easy to play. The strings are kind of floppy. If you're playing in standard tuning, you're going to sound fantastic. It's going to sound sexist, but I actually recommend that girls learn to play on them. I've had a couple of exes that played. They always complained that it was really hard to fret with their pinky and that it took a lot of work to be able to do that. If they had just a slightly shorter scale length to ease into it, they could have done wonders. And the Jaguar also sounds fucking fantastic. It sounds so good. So regardless of gender, if you have difficulty fretting, try to get your hands on like a Jaguar, like a cheap Squire version of one. I bet you'll find that it's a lot easier to play. But if you're playing detuned, like lower tunings, that shorter scale length fucks you up. 25 and a half inch is much better for like a Drop C. And then when you get past that, you start getting into baritone scale lengths like 26 plus and blah, blah, blah. But they are such gorgeous guitars, man.
Which is definitely where it belongs.
I love the body shape.
With that out of the way, it's actually here.
I love those
pack.
guitars.
It's taken me like 2 years of development. I've bought and sold probably 7 different quad reverbs.
Yeah, he bought a shit ton of quad reverbs to find the one that sounded closest to Kurt.
Find the perfect sounding one, because newsflash, they don't all sound the same. Even with the same speakers, they really vary all over the place. I sourced all the original microphones that were used on the record, preamps, EQ, like literally everything. And the amount of money that I've spent it's got to be astronomical. I honestly don't even want to know how much I've spent to do this, but it's done, and I'm so happy to finally share it with you guys. So head on over to aaronrash.com where you can pick it up. After you
like, I honestly understand paying $50 for this because bro spent thousands of dollars trying to get this to work. I cannot give him too much grief about charging money for it, considering how much money he dumped into it. If he just gets reimbursed, I see he's using that Proco Rat there. That's nice. Let's see if we can actually see him demonstrate this really quick. Yeah. And
like
then I'll
this.
move on. Almost identical, dude.
And And here's my amp settings for that there.
It's so crazy. Dude, the grunge sound is great. You can fuck off. I love unconventional use of like gain and overdrives and tube screamers and distortion, especially nowadays when everything is like, there was a time when everything was mid scooped and now almost everything is the opposite for gent. Like there's like this mid bump that almost everyone has in order to increase the bite, so that when they're on a really detuned guitar like a 7 or an 8 string, it has that, I don't know, that it just has that sharp bite to it. That's super common in gent. It's kind of annoying to me that distortions in the metal genre all sound the fucking same. They all sound the same now. Where like you could really find a lot of variety. Megadeth didn't sound anything like fucking Nirvana, didn't sound anything like Sepultura, didn't sound anything like Slayer, didn't sound anything like Iron Maiden. Well, Iron Maiden and Megadeth kind of sound similar, and maybe you could argue that Slayer and Sepultura did a little bit, but you see where I'm going. That is sad. That is really sad, because they rejected the whole glam rock thing and this idea that everything had to be prim and perfect, and they were sort of bucking the trend toward everything being sterilized and quantized. And like Kurt Cobain, for instance, hated the idea of even dual tracking his vocals. He just thought that it was dishonest. It wasn't until one of the producers was like, John Lennon did it, that he was like, fuck, okay, fine, I'll do it. You know, like he really wanted the albums to be an honest reflection of what you would hear live if you went and saw them. He didn't want it to be so cleaned up that you would listen to the album, enjoy it, and then go see them live and be like, fuck, this is not the same, you know? I respect that. I respect that a lot. We're going to listen to Vaudeville Villain. I listen to this album all the time. It's on my saved. It's on my saved. It's in my library. I've listened to this album a billion times, bro. What do you mean, listen to the first 2 tracks? Bro, I've listened to this a bajillion times. I love MF Doom. It's totally left field compared to Kurt Cobain. Honestly, probably my favorite, yeah. Yeah, although technically Victor Vaughn, it's kind of, I don't know if you'd call it a side project. Hang on, it is really short. It's just 3 minutes. And then I'll click your link extra. Oh, I'm starting to get a headache though.
Wait, I've come to help. Listen to me. You
Yeah.
help me? What's shaking in the brew house? I know you.
Fucking ads. Fucking ads. It won't let me skip it either. We get to hear Despicable Me 4 after Overture instead of getting the smooth transition. That's such bullshit, dude. That actually pisses me off. Like, what are you doing? Do you not get that is like the prologue to the song? You can't just insert a Despicable Me ad in between. This is why I'm not a big fan. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Spotify. I'm not really a big fan of YouTube and how it handles shit either, but it's easier to break. Here, we'll skip to the very end so you get the
Listen to me.
the transition.
You help me?
No. Spotify is designing artificial intelligence with the help of Sound Labs to use neural networks to recreate whatever is in their top 40 hit list, right? So that they can generate fake artists to produce massive amounts of music where they no longer have to pay any money to artists because the artists are them. Spotify is evil. Spotify, I am not giving them more money. They can fuck off. Go to a record store, for Christ's sake. I'm very passionate about that. You can fuck off with that. Sure, it's convenient, but that's also part of the problem with music nowadays, is that it's so convenient, right? It's so easy to get that we don't appreciate it the same way. I'm not saying you or me. I'm saying as a general There is a Rick Beato video on it. You guys should watch it. He nailed it. No, records are coming back. And the inconvenience is part of the goodness of it. You actually have to look for a record, actually find it, actually hope that it's good, and sometimes it flops. You buy a shit album, it happens, but it adds extra value to it. We have devalued music so much because of how convenient it is, right? I mean, the same thing is happening not just in music, in art. Mass manufactured now. Nobody wants to pay for art anymore. Why do that? You could just have AI generated images. You know what I mean? Like it's also in pornography. It's so overly prevalent and convenient that it's like kind of fucking up society. You can go online and buy records if you can't find a record store, but I can find records within 5 minutes of where I live, and I live in an incredibly small town. There are used records in that general direction. I could walk there in about 15 minutes. Tons of used records, all from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and a lot of them are garbage, but a lot of them are amazing. I got a Jimi Hendrix record from there. I got some Dave Brubeck records from there. I got a Pink Floyd record from there. Like, good shit, man.
You don't give a flying fuck who ain't not feeling them. Watch what you're dealing them. Ace King Death card. Strong arm the wrong man. Pardon the left guard. Get money and earn it. That everything you touch.
Have you seen the music video for this? So good.
Light it up like the Dutch when the hash melt.
Let's see if I can find it.
See him when they meet him with the cash belt. Ay caramba, now that's my number. One dry summer, as far as I remember, burnt out. We're getting every edgy penny.
Yeah.
Then he hit him straight to the head like Reggie Denny. Call him back when you need some more yak, horse yak. Doing 80 down the van with on horseback. Your man sick, but he tracks Pluto. Get back to bro, Exactamundo. Victor the director flip a script like Rob Reiner. The way a lot of dudes.
He's really good at sample slicing too.
For a buck, they likely dance the jiggle, do the hucklebuck. To Vic, it's no big deal. They just a
I think he probably accidentally introduced a bunch of people to samba, because he would take a lot of Latin music that was in weird time signatures, especially like 3/4, and he'd have to like time stretch and slice to make it fit into a 4/4 beat. Hang on. They've got to see this video real quick, because they did make a music video out of it. It's wild. Oh, is that what the video is? I never realized that it was titled different. Is Don't Thug Me, I'm Scared what this is?
Ace King Death card. Strong arm the wrong man. Pardon the left guard. Get money and earn it. That everything you touch turn shit. Got much to learn, kid. Write it up, burn shit.
Yeah, I shared this like a year ago in Discord. It is sick. I love how it's like Kill Bill and Sesame Street had a baby.
Then he hit him straight to the head like Reggie Denny. Call him back when you need some more yak, horse yak. Doing 80 down the van with on horseback. Your man sick, but he wrecked track.
This would have fit so perfectly in like Adult Swim 2010, 2011.
The way a lot of dudes rhyme, their name should be Knob Shiner. For a buck, they likely dance
Sesame Street.
To Vic, it's no big deal. They just a bunch of knuckle fucks.
Yo, the Grouch is a pimp. I didn't notice that before.
Makings of a tale told in hell. Like, oh well, hold tall riches. If the feds is really after them, they just told all the snitches. And borrowed time rhymes. Gas by the silver screen. They act like they monkey ass.
All right, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble for all this. I've listened to so much stuff. Oh man, huge tonal shift again. So, actually really cool, whimsical music. The music box thing is easy to do though. That is a digital flute, that's not a real one. It's not a flute, but it's like a wind instrument of some kind. Trying to identify all the instruments. Man, the The composition is actually really good. Yeah, you're right. It does kind of sound like a mellotron. You're right about that. There's like a classical guitar, an electric guitar. The drums have a good reverb on them too. It has like a room, like a small room reverb. That or they actually recorded them in a room, which is very possible. It's hard to tell nowadays. Man, a lot of instruments working in harmony there. How long have I been on? Alright, we're gonna have to start hurrying up. We're gonna watch this ad. I'm gonna show you guys something, and then we're gonna jump into Ribbon. I need to take a headache medicine too. Getting a headache again.
Slender Man.
It's the Slender Man.
Hot dogs on the skull. Hey, you hungry home invader? Stop raiding our refrigerator. Yikes.
This does look like an ad from
With the
Adult
warm
Swim.
wiener. Twice. Wait, you ain't got no lips. How can you eat potato chips? God,
Dude, that's amazing.
get off, you skinny son of a bitch. Quit stealing our food and go buy a frickin' sandwich.
It's crazy to me that I bought a Dolby Digital 7.1 surround sound system from Logitech for $70 in like 2006, and it's worth $500 now. The exact same one. I still have it. I need to go get it. It's got cigarette stains on it. There's a short in the subwoofer and stuff, but I can easily solder the subwoofer. I wanted to see, because there is, hang on here, replace with multi-instrument labs, right? And in labs, which is Spitfire Audio, not to be confused with Sound Labs. I have we have the acoustic guitar, which is cool, but we also have a mandolin somewhere in here. Wait, this might be the mandolin. It is the mandolin. But that's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for... Would it be under experimental? I don't remember what it falls under. Hang on. Music box. There we go. Look at that. We got a music box. Right? We actually have two. They're very, 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 very good sounding. And if you pipe these through reverb, which there is some reverb settings up here. It's been a minute since I've messed with labs. Looks like I can't actually get the reverb directly in this. That's interesting. Well, that's just the resonance anyway, but that's fine. We can just create a reverb. I don't know why I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Don't judge me. Okay, we could probably just use that. Let's see. Oh, too low. Hang on. Right. So we need like a major shape, right? Roll the major shape. You can get some pretty cool sounds. Probably throw like a, let's move down. We'll stick a delay in front of that, delay 3. There was one that I really used to like and I can't remember now which one it was. Is it diffused? Yeah, got to turn the diffusion is up pretty high, but I need to like turn the wet down. And the time up, maybe. You could start doing really, really cool stuff with it, and there's actually quite a bit of tonal range. So like, those are 2 octaves apart. That's 3 octaves apart. So let's see. You can have a lot of fun with that. That music box sounds fucking fantastic. You can make really, really, really interesting stuff with it. You know, you could just C major. Let's just stick in like an A minor, I guess, which would be boop, boop, boop. Oh, we could go down one more. Oh, wait, way too fast. Hang on. Hang on. Let's go back up to C really quick. And then that might still be too fast because it's 140, but there's a thing in here. How is it that you do it? Not arpeggiate, strum. Yep, we can strum them. Alternate direction. And then slow this way the fuck down. You can have a lot of fun with that if you wanted. It's way too quantized. Like, you'd want to play with it. In fact, I think the strum is maybe... I probably should have put the strum before I quantized it. Here, let me soften this. Except... the weird sound effects. But I loved playing with that thing. There's somewhere I have a music box thing that I wrote. It's obviously way more complex than that. That's just me demonstrating it. I don't know how I feel about that. I actually don't know how I feel about that. I used to play with like the arpeggiator and stuff, and sometimes I do for ideas, but I actually kind of hate having the software tell me how to arrange chords. I've always found that the best music I ever made came from feel first. So like I would sit down and I would play something on guitar and then I would transcribe it into tablature or music, right? And there would be chord progressions that no one would ever reasonably make. You know, it's not your regular circle of fifths from, you know, C major to A minor type shit. Like really weird things that shouldn't fit together, inverted chords and stuff, and you find them on accident. Yeah, but it feels cheesy to me. I get that you're not going to be like releasing any major albums anytime soon, so I'm not going to grief you too hard about it, but it just feels cheesy to me. It's the same as like dragging and dropping a sequencer in, you know, and just using someone else's sequencer, and you like hold down a single key and, you know, oh, let's go a little higher. I hate that. I hate that. Write stuff. It takes a long time. You have to learn it. It takes forever. But I do. Like, if you're doing it for fun, that's fine. But dude, the number of like major artists that legit are just pushing a key, you would be amazed. You'd be amazed how many people do that. Holy shit, that is a $900 subwoofer. Kind of a big boy. By itself? Why would that subwoofer be worth that much? I just don't see me spending $900 on a sus. What? Yeah, no, wood is probably better. Honestly. That's fucking solid. Yeah, the subwoofer that came with my Logitech, I had a problem where I had to use it on the lowest volume setting because it was so loud, it would overwhelm everything. I'm pretty sure it was a 10-inch too. It didn't look like that though. It was a side-mounted 10-inch. Which is to say that the front of it pointing you was not where the speaker was. It was on the left-hand side of it. I don't know why it was built that way, but that was the way it was built. I will say, like, having used a lot of speakers, including like studio monitors, 4x12 cabinets with varying speaker arrangements in them, bass cabinets and things like that. that that $70 set of Logitech speakers is hands down the best speaker set for the price that I can possibly imagine. I promise you it was fucking fantastic sounding, which is why they cost $500 today. They really good. Really exceptionally good. Are they $900 good? Probably not. Are they $70 good? Fuck yes, they are. They are way better than $70 worth of sound came out of those. I used it as a guitar rig for years, and had you know, touring musicians who were like, "Holy shit, dude, this actually sounds amazing." I'm like, I fucking know. I know, you'd think that a Dolby Digital like surround sound system with little teeny tiny speakers and a subwoofer wouldn't sound that good, bro. I'm telling you, it fucking sounded magnificent. I I regret abusing them now because they're so expensive now. They're just so expensive now. I also think it has something to do with the time too. I think there was a time when oh, I'm gonna sound like a boomer now, but the quality of things were better. I wonder if I were to buy the equivalent set today, if it would be as good. Donate $500. I'll go buy the modern set, and then I'll take my cigarette burned, shorted out $70 set from 2006. I'll fix it with a soldering iron. We'll rig them up side by side. I'll use the Shure SM7 to record the output, and you can tell me if it sounds good. I don't remember what the number of it was, dude. This is 2006. 18 years ago. Logitech, Dolby Digital surround sound. See, we got sound bars and stuff. Nope, was not that. Although that does look nice. Nope, mine looked more like this. It was more like that. That's not exactly how it looked, for the record. Actually, it looked a lot more like that. That's almost identical. $500 for the X530s. It probably was older than X530 though. I got it for 70 bucks. And that's what I meant when I said it was side mounted. Dude, it sounded so fucking good. For the price, it was actually insane. It really, it was like the equivalent of a sleeper car. You know, somebody's got like a station wagon from the 70s they've secretly fucking dropped a Corvette engine into. That's what this shit is like. It actually is really surprising. It looks so terrible, and then you hear it and you're like, holy shit, what? How the fuck do they sound that good? I'm pretty sure mine was 7.1 surround, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was 5, because I remember having 2 more speakers than this. In fact, I had 2 that were like this. So I don't know what changed, but I had 2 that were horizontal, and then yeah, pretty sure I had 4 that were vertical. So 2 plus 4 and a subwoofer. That can't be right. I'll have to go get them out of storage. The problem with recording them is I'd have to find a place to record them, because if you actually crank those, they are so incredibly loud. I have had neighbors at previous apartment complexes show up at my apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, what are you doing? Turn that down. Now, are they as loud as like my 4x12 cabinet? No, but nothing is as loud as that I own. That 4x12 cabinet is ridiculous. But it's also not for like theater sound. That's for a guitar. In fact, I don't think I've ever turned that 4x12 all the way up. I don't know that I could. I'd have to get earplugs. Oh, for some reason, I thought this was the old one. All right, boys. Can we finish it today? I have no idea. I have no fucking clue if we can finish it today. I've got to figure out the Rivenese number. Also, did none of you notice my my title? Something something frog, something something fish, a beetle that looks like a tree, in an order that's a total. Yeah, there's only one puzzle I didn't like. And it's not that I disliked it, it's that I stumbled into the solution of it. There was one puzzle that they changed that you had to assume that something was wrong for it to be right. I hacked a puzzle. and it worked. And I was like, oh, I'm not a big fan of that. There should be like a coherent logic to it. If somewhere was written in a journal or something like, oh, I had to jerry rig this machine and do this in order to get it to work. You know, the devs had hinted that that hack was going to have to be a thing. I wouldn't have felt as bad. That's why, like, if the Rivenese numbers are wrong, I probably won't be too mad, because I do remember Gen saying that the Rivenese numbering system was garbage. And that you had to know the orientation before you could discern what the number was. And he downplayed their intellect a lot, which leads me to believe that maybe they did make mistakes. Like, they hint at the fact that maybe they made mistakes converting from Dunny to Rivenese and vice versa. But overall, I love this game. Overall, I'm really impressed. It is a better comparison than Myst 2016 is to the OG Myst. I think Riven as a game, the modern Riven, is better than Myst 2016. Do you know what I mean? In terms of remakes, Riven is the better remake. Myst 2016 was great, but Riven is the better remake. Because they remade a lot of the stuff, so you weren't a complete idiot as to how to get through things, but they changed enough stuff that you were a complete idiot about certain things. That's amazing, dude. And I bet you universities actually really apply in Finland too. If you get into a good college in Finland, it's going to look super good on your resume, where here in the States, for the most part, where you get your degree does not matter. I'm telling you right now, 99% of the time, where you get your degree does not matter. Most of the degrees are also bullshit. Like my CIT degree is bullshit, chat. It's bullshit. It's just something to be written on a piece of paper. It's not to say I don't learn things, but now, like, if I were going to MIT or Berkeley, you know, for computer sciences, that would be the 1% of cases where it would actually matter, where I would get amazing jobs because of it. It's the same as like going to Harvard for law, you know, or working at the Johns Hopkins Teaching Hospital. Well, it's because you have a smaller country. You're lucky in that way, because you're in a smaller country. It'd be like if I wanted to work in my state, right? And I went to either Bria, Transylvania, or UK, I would have a really good chance of getting just about whatever job I want, depending on what my degree is. Because they're well-respected colleges here. In fact, Bria is considered the best liberal arts college in the South. And it just so happens to be here in my home state. Of course, you have to be poor to get in, which conveniently I am, but I'm also too old. Like, you study medicine at UK, you're going to be well-respected. But once you get out of Kentucky, most places aren't going to give a shit that you went to UK hospital. They don't care that you went to the University of Kentucky hospital. They don't care. When you bring up UK, they're going to be like, the Wildcats? Man, they have a great team. That's sad but true. I have to pull one more up to make them all lower, I think. Yeah. So I didn't figure out the Rivenese numbers. I didn't figure them out. I have them written down. If you guys will give me a minute, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to come back, and we will work together on the Rivenese number system. In the meantime, actually, I can bring up the Rivenese numbers. I wish I could draw in this notebook, but I can write. So I got to find the Rivenese numbers. It's from the school. Huh, did I accidentally delete it? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. All right, so for reference, the numbers on the left, so numbers on the left are Dunny. Numbers on the right are Rivenese. Okay. From top to bottom, from knowing the Dunny numbers, we have 8, 1, oop, 1, 1, 10, 5, 3, and 6. Pretty sure it's 3. So I know what these guys are. I don't know what those guys are. I'm going to put in parentheses here. Dunny. Why did it deselect? That's weird. Were the school children wrong? Maybe they got some of the answers. Why can't I type answers wrong? And that accounts for difficulties translating. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me if you can figure out how the Ribbonese numbers work. Obviously, don't actually tell me how they work. But if you can tell me right from wrong, I will, because I had very little issue figuring out the Dunny numbers when I first played the original Ribbon. These Ribbonese numbers, my assumptions just must be wrong. They just must be wrong because they don't make sense to me. I'll be back. Dude, if you figure it out just from this picture, I will be impressed. I'm sort of asking people that played the original games that understand. Yeah, I think you are. I think you are just from this picture. Technically, you have to learn these numbers first, but that's why I gave them to you. So the information you need to solve this, presumably, is a combination of my note and this piece of paper. Yes, I need to. I can explain why, too. Okay, so as we went through the world, right, we find these statue things. Do I have pictures of them somewhere? Yeah, these statues. And if you look, they have a number system in them. Right, that Ribbonese number system. So you have the circle with the little triangle thing, right? And each one is associated with a different animal that you can take a picture of. So like there's the frog, right? Do I have the other ones? The tree, right? Which is a beetle. Okay, so right next to each one of these is an animal. You combine the number with the animal, which gives you the order. These are all the animals, right? And I have the order of them, or I have the numbers for them written down, the Ribbonese numbers. I just don't know what their equivalent is. If we can figure out the numbering system, I can figure out the order of these, go to the place of the moiety, retrieve the linking book, trap Gen, save Catherine, save the Ribbonese Islanders, return to Atris. Well, depending on how this version of the game ends. But we'll see. Okay, so bring up those numbers again. What do they mean? What do the numbers mean, Mason? The numbers, what do they mean? All right, I'll be back. Gonna take your daughter out tonight. Gonna show her my world. Yeah, so some extra things to note. The 2 layers. Okay, so I can show you my logic. Let's assume the student got them wrong. Not these numbers. These numbers. They are native to Ribbon, so they know these numbers. They don't know these numbers, right? They would know the basics. They would get the basics correct. So if you look at this, you'd have 1, 1. Right? What's the next basic number? 3. Okay, 3. So top right is 1, top left is 3, right? Okay, let's say 5, okay? 2 plus 3. So if we assume that's 3, then 3 plus what equals 5? 2. So 1, 2, 3, right? It breaks when you get to the bigger numbers. Doesn't work, right? 1 and 3 does not make 6. That doesn't make sense. 1 and 3 does not make 6. So he does say something that you need to know the orientation. I wonder if the actual rotation does matter. So like in instances where 3 exists, you subtract 1 in one direction and add 1 in the other direction or something like that. Or some kind of weird multiplication takes place. Yes, they are. Yep, they are. That's why it doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying, right? It doesn't make sense. The simple ones do. But the reason why I said that the simple ones is because if you look at the symbols through the thingy-bobbers, I need to delete these really quick. Hang on. These are just taking up a ton of space. There's a bunch of them. It just makes scrolling through a pain in the ass. Also, don't need this one. We already solved that, so we don't need that anymore. That was an accidental screenshot. Wow, I took a lot of these. I'm going to keep the Wark. He's a cutie. He's a cutie pie. I like him. Holy shit, there were so many of these. I can also get rid of... Where is it? I could probably get rid of these two, honestly. But we'll leave it. If you look down into these, they're only 1 layer deep. Yes, I believe so. Well, assuming we don't need 6 symbols, yes. Here, I will do my notebook thing really quick. I'll do my notebook thing really quick. And I'll show you the numbers. I'm pretty sure there is 1 for each island. When you pull the 6th one, it resets the puzzle, which tells me that there should only be 5, but I could be wrong in that assumption. I don't remember in the original what it was, but I have a feeling it was 5. All right. Give it a second for my XP pen to pop up here. We will open Paint. Yep. Do I still have the window capture for Paint over here? I do. Look at that. How beautiful. Okay, now we'll go into my tablet and I will show you what I got. So oh, that's the wrong. I don't remember. I don't know why I'm congested. I don't remember the names of all the animals. I know the Wark, and I think that the ones with the beaks are sunners because they sunbathe on the rocks when you first see them. So, there is, let's see, will this write properly? Oh, fucking thing. Hang on. Pen tablet. Have to set the screen, otherwise it defaults to this one. Set full screen. Close. Okay. Will this work now? Yes. Okay. So, there is one that looks like a sunner. It's like a weird duck eye shape. Boop. He's got an eyeball, right? And this guy, his symbol is just the top left, right? Which, if you look at the homework, hang on. If you look at the homework, is the number 3. Right here. 3. So I can put like a 3 question mark. Sorry, my sensitivity is set so you have to really push. So that's one of them. I'm gonna shrink this just a little bit because I got to make room. You fucking thing. Undo. I need the select. Thank you. Boop. All right, we're gonna shrink that guy just a little bit. Boop, like that. Okay, beautiful, awesome. Bing, paintbrush. All right, we got the work. Let's see if we can find the work on here to use as a reference. I think it's a work, right? It's either a work or a frog. I think it's the frog. Where was it? Forest axe. Yeah, it's the frog. So the frog's symbol, Alt tab over into paint, is a circle, and it is top right and bottom, and the stupid frog unfortunately got off screen because of the thing. There he is. There's our frog. Our frog looks like this kind of a guy. Boop. Right? He's got his little legs. Sorry, I'm not good with display tablets. I'm really not. I wish I were better. We've got our ugly ass frog here, right? Here's the messed up thing about this number right here, is that looks like 1 plus 2? 1 plus 2? Question mark? Right? Which would be 3. Which means that these two are the same number? Well, that's fucking annoying. Okay, then after that, we have another one. It's the wark, right? Its symbol is this guy. And I cannot draw a wark really well, but I will try. He's got a little hook thing and a little mouth. Sure, we'll do it like that. Eyeball and boop. Boop, so we'll say that that's the wark, right? That symbol appears to be 1 plus 3? Question mark? 4, maybe, right? Okay. Next one is the weird beetle creature. I cannot draw this beetle worth a shit. Doesn't matter. It's some weird thing like this, and he's got like a little hole here. I think he has an eyeball on one side. It doesn't matter. We can find him. This is the one by the fancy tree. Has it cut off yet? It has not. His symbol appears to be 3 plus 2, which from our numbering system previously, 2 plus 3, question mark, it actually did equal 5. It actually did. It actually did equal 5. So I think that maybe I got the rotation of one of them wrong. What if I got the rotation of one of them wrong? I need to go back. I have an idea. I have an idea of what my problem is. What if this guy, right, is actually 1? Rotate him a little bit, mirror him, whatever. He's 1. Because we have a 4, a 5, and 2 3s. But then after that, on Catherine's Island, we have this guy, right? And this is the fish guy. Boop. Tablet, don't go to sleep. Can't quite draw this perfectly. It's a weird thing, kind of like that. And I think there's like an eyeball down here. But anyway, this one is just 2, question mark. So we can see that we have 2, 3, 4, 5, which means that this guy might be a 1. They might have gotten the orientation wrong. If that's correct, then the sunner would come first. It would be sunner, then fish, then frog, then wark, then beetle. So let's try it. Let's see. What are those bottom 2? What do you mean? It's a beetle and a fish, dude. They're a bitch to draw in paint. I can show you. Beetle, which I drew very poorly. And weird pointy fish. Where are you? Where is the weird pointy fish? There he is, right there. Weird pointy fish. Right, so let's say that Sunner is 1. Sunner. Okay. Then we can say that fish is 2. Where'd my fish go? Then we can say that Frock is 3. Wark is 4. And beetle is 5. It seems to make sense. I must be missing an animal. Hang on. Trying to think. Maybe on the back of them? Didn't think about that. Maybe there's a hidden one. Shit, man. I don't think that there could be a hidden animal because they're all on the jungle island. They're all on the island I'm on. I should have screenshotted each one. Why would there be 6? There were 5 fire marbles. Dunny is base 5. Is Rivenese base 6? Is it a random 6th one I don't know about? I can't lift one twice. Is there any fish that looks vaguely like the Wark? Beetle. This guy? I don't think that's him, though. I'm pretty sure the Wark is 1. So I've either got the numbering system wrong, am missing a guy, or I've confused the symbols, which unfortunately does not narrow it down. I could pull a random one. They'll reset. So I must have the... Alright, I need to explore the island, unfortunately. I need to explore the island, look at each of these again, I think except Catherine's, because I don't want to go all the way to Catherine's prison planet just to try and figure out what that symbol is. By virtue of... Can I please get out? By virtue of excluding all but one, I should be able to figure it out. I wonder why it changes your position. Oh, because it's not using any real gravity. I wonder why they did that. There's cheese. That actually makes sense. There must be cheese. If you had the ability to say jump, crouch, actual gravity, not just being locked on a coordinate plane. All right. Let's go explore these statues again. Yes, I will show you. I will show you. I will 100% show you. I think I know where one is that's pretty close. They're all on this island that I'm on. It's the biggest island, the jungle island. But I think there is one in a cave system really close. Unless I get to the forest first. If I get to the forest first, I can maybe do the forest one, but I think I'd have to go the back way to do that, so I'm not gonna. Okay, so yeah, I know exactly where one is. It's really close. That I can demonstrate. So over here, you see all these butterflies? Watch, this is wild. This is actually one of my favorite ones. If I come down here and I go through all the butterflies, you see this guy, right? I find the angle, I bring it up. You make sure that it lines up properly. When you look in there, you see you have top right and bottom. Right? And then if I turn to look, it's a frog. So there's our frog. And I have frog, top right and bottom. Which means that the frog in my brain is 1 plus 2, which is 3. The one that I'm most worried about is the sunner, which I think is in water. So it's giving me an order. Now, the thing about the water one is, what if the number is mirrored as a symbol of water, right? Okay, so this one is 1 and 3, which is 4, which means that this must be the warp. No, I am not sure. I don't know that that's 3. But I will explain my reasoning here in a minute, right? Warp. Okay. If you look on my right, we're trying to... Oh, let me get out of this. We're trying to raise the stones in a particular order. So there's going to be a first stone. Why are you doing that thing? What the hell? Oh, it accidentally moved to the line tool. Paintbrush, please. Regular ass paintbrush. Yeah, okay. So we have to have a first stone, a second stone. God, the pressure is kind of garbage. A third, etc. Right? In a particular order. Right. So let's look at our proposed numbers. We have 3, 3, 4, 5, 2. Right? One of these two must be wrong, is my thought process. Because if it's in order, one of these needs to be 1. Well, we know that this symbol over here is based on rotation. So if I rotate this 30 degrees in this direction... Oh my god, the side buttons. I hate this drawing tablet. I'm going to get a new one. If we rotate this 30 degrees, that symbol becomes this, which I believe is 1. All right? So what I did was when I pulled the stones a moment ago, I assumed that this guy was 1. So I do 1, then 2, right? Then 3, then 4, then 5. But it didn't work. Do you see my thought process now? So I'm going back and double checking that I got the symbols correct. Then if I have the symbols actually correct, then my problem isn't that I've got the symbols incorrect, it's that I don't have the numbering system correct, or that I'm missing a symbol. These are the sunners, by the way. It throws me off because there's a comic called Wasteland where there is a religious group called Sunners, if I remember right. And for whatever reason, my brain immediately flashes that comic book. All right, so the beetle, I think, is up here, right? Yeah, there's the beetle. Oh, but yes, hang on. Let's check this out. So beetle appears to be 2 and 3, right? Yep, 2 and 3. I got that orientation correct. So if I've got that orientation correct, that is the last symbol, the beetle is. All right? Now, the way that we know that that's the beetle is we have to go on up. Moving on up to the top side of a fishing village in Riven. Damn it, what the hell? Whoa! Uh-oh. Okay. It glitched me off the edge of the ledge for a second there. Whoops. This way. Gotta go all the way up to the top. Alright. See, here's the thing. We've got this cute frog creature, right? This cute frog/toad creature is also on the stones. And it says 4 drops. I don't know what that means. Should I drop it 4 times? Hang on. Okay. How did I work this before? This guy? I think it's because I've already done it. It won't let me do it again. Okay. Let me see. Oh, let me see if I can actually see it from up here. You cannot see it from up here. Alright, the water would normally drip in that. That's meant to catch the water. I'm going to screenshot this because it's curious to me. Oh, there's portions of this mesh that are affecting objects behind it. Do you see that? There's a translucent portion of the mesh they didn't delete. But I wonder if that frog maybe has something to do with it, because that frog is actually one of the symbols. This does not make sense, but okay. Let's go back. Maybe we can view it from down there. I thought we had to view it from up above, but apparently I'm wrong. Not here. Baby crying somewhere. Bust out our mirror. Wait, can we not view this again? Does it need to be bloomed? Is my angle wrong? Yeah, it would have to bloom again. Hang on. Right, okay, so the water tube runs up to there. It gets caught in the thingamabob. Do you have to bloom it every time you want to see the symbol? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a beetle, but I have to double check, and if I can't double check, that's going to be a bummer. Also, it takes forever to walk this way. I'm going to have to go back again here in a minute, because I have to be able to actually get the image of the stupid thing. At least these are stairs and not a ladder, thankfully. So here. Okay, how did I work this before? I'm pretty sure you pull this thing, but it won't let me pull it. Oh. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's just the counterweight. Alright, then the plant down below should bloom. See, it's blooming. Yes, let's go. Okay, we're getting there. Anybody got to pee? Just crank up the volume a little bit. I promise you'll have to. Alright. Now we have to go all the way back down again. I'm actually getting to where I can do that kind of fast. Speed running this one would be interesting. Speedrunning this version of Riven would be really interesting. Right. Yep. That is almost definitely the beetle. And it is meant to be seen from right here. You can zoom in. There is your beetle. And its number Is the number of the beast. No, 3 and 2. Okay, so far, I have confirmed frog. Frog has been confirmed. Frog has been confirmed. Beetle has been confirmed, and work has been confirmed. I don't remember where Sunner is. Yeah, I do. I remember where Sunner is. I take it back. I have to go through the back side of the forest. Wait, do I go down this way to do it? I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how to get there. It's a weird one. There's like this hidden offshoot of the forest that you have to go around the backside of the island to get to, and I don't remember exactly how to get there. I wonder if the order is the same as the original Ribbon. I wonder if I were to look up the original Ribbon order of the sounds, if all of a sudden it's just exactly the same. All this work and all I needed to do is remember the original order. That would actually make me mad, I think. It's one of my favorite parts. Ah, I actually went exactly where I needed to go. Beautiful. Okay, we need to go... up, I think. But I could be wrong. It might be down and then around and up. I think it is down, around, and up. Where would it be? Back here? Fuck, I don't remember. That goes to that thing, that goes to that thing, that goes up there. That's over there, I think. It is over there, which means I have to go down to the bottom and around the island. So we got to go to the secret bottom location. If that's true... If that's true, then I am missing an animal. If that's true, I am missing an animal. Yeah. Alright, so the way that we have to do this is annoying, but we'll do it. Every time you go around 3, the circle gets an addition. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, though. Fuck, am I going the wrong way? How do I access the back side of the island? Fuck! I don't remember how to access the back of the island. Okay. I'm trying to remember how to access the damn Sunner symbol. I don't remember how. So we're gonna go on a magical bathysphere journey. That's what we're gonna do. Fuck it. lot quicker than I expected. Did I tell you guys that I got Hell Let Loose, and the way that Stid feels about BattleBit is the way I kind of feel about Hell Let Loose. I was a little bit disappointed. It's not a bad game, it's definitely a good game, but it's like, oh, I have to run a kilometer in this particular direction because there aren't any nearby spawn points, and you literally run for like a kilometer to get beamed by a dude hiding in bushes somewhere. I don't... Did I say Stid? I meant Stemke. Sorry, Stemke. I didn't mean you, Stid. I meant Stemke. Stemke's like, it's a little too slow, a little too tactical, a lot less, you know, bum rush and arcadey. And then I went and played Hell Let Loose, and I'm like, oh, this is probably what Stemke feels when he plays BattleBit. Because with BattleBit, it's sort of like a paced arcade shooter, because you run fucking fast in BattleBit. I don't think people realize, like, you're super fast. And so you have like these periods of like strategizing and trying to figure out like what angles to take and where people might flank, etc., etc. But then you have these periods of just absolute meltdown where you're shooting everything that moves, right? Hell Let Loose is all the strategizing and very little of the shooting everything that moves. It's just a little too campy for me. It is fun when you find a really good angle and you're like beaning one person after another. Right, 1, 2, sure, 3, 4. Okay. That would make the assumption, although this would have to be bottom, right? So 1 and 2 would be 4 instead. Right? And then all 3 would be 5. Hang on. Where's my pen? Right. So if this is 3, 1 and 3 would be 4, right? Or 1 and 2 would be 4. 1 and 3 would be 5. 3, 4, 5. 6. Will you please fucking draw? Oh my god, this thing drives me crazy. The pressure on this tablet has gone out a lot. Like it has almost, you have to like stab it to get it to write. And then this really would be 2. So it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which means I'm missing a symbol. That's possible. Okay, I need to clean this. I need to clean this. So I'm gonna start down here. We're gonna delete this. Delete. We're gonna go back to our brush, right? And my assumption is that this is 3. Actually, this is 1, and then in parentheses 3, because I might have gotten the orientation wrong. That this is 1 plus 2, which equals 3. That this is 1 plus 3, which equals 4. That this is 2 plus 3, which equals 5. And that this is just 2, which equals 2. But your assumption, right, would have this be 3, 4, 5, 6, 2. Put a little line. Oh, hang on. All right. So missing number? Question mark? It's a good idea. Well, the The only issue that I have with this idea is unless we assume that the kids were wrong in their schoolwork, what would be the point? Where are you? Wait. What would be the point in where the fuck is their schoolwork at? I always lose it. The double layers. What would be the point in that? But yeah, no, I see what you're saying is this would be 3 because it's 1 and 2, right? This would be 4 because it's 3, not plus 1, it's just 1 past 3. This is 2 past 3, right? So if this is 1 past 3, it's 4. If this is 2 past 3, it is 5. So if I had one that was, come on, boop, 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 like that. Oh, wait, no, they don't orient their way that way. Okay, so numbers past would then have to have 2 layers. Interesting. I did check the link. Wait. Yeah, 5, right. Because 3 plus 1, 2 is 5. 3, why would that be 6? How would that be 6? That couldn't be 6. So this is 5. Hang on, let me bust out my eraser. So this is 5, and this is 6. So 3 plus 2 is 5, yeah. 3 plus... How is this 6? I don't... I have not seen... Wait, I haven't seen one, but that does... I think there are. There isn't. There is not a full symbol. That is a good point. So you wouldn't have a 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. You can't. But I believe that using your method, you'd have to add an extra layer. So I believe that using your method to draw 6, come on, you'd have to do this, which is 3 past 3. Right? 3 past 3. Right? And then if you wanted 4 past 3, the way that you'd have to do it is 3 plus 4. Right, after it goes fully around, but that still doesn't explain how this equals 6. Because to me, this is 1 past 3, which is 4. Right? You don't want to say it's 3 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be 7. In my brain, you'd have to add a symbol up here and get rid of that symbol for it to be 6. Unless I am completely misunderstanding your logic. You are thinking outside the fucking box, though. I have to admit, you're making me reconsider the problem differently. Right, if you think of it as a clock, sure. 4. That's, I don't see why that would be 4. I actually don't get your 4. Wait, okay, so do you put a symbol in the ones place when you're going past? Yeah, I don't get it. I actually don't understand what you're trying to say. I almost want to get in a Discord call with you. Right? So if we assume that on base we have 1, 2, 3, we go past it. Boom. 4, right? Is that what you're saying? Because this looks to be 1 past 3, which would be 4. This looks to be 2 past 3, which is 5. Right? I know it's not a clock. I'm not describing clock numbers. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if the top left coordinate is 3, and we're using it as a base for it's a base 3 number system, right? You would have a 3 and 1 past would be 4, and 2 past, right, would be 5, and 3 past would be 6, which would require 2 symbols. So it's actually not a base 3 numbering system. It's a base 6 numbering system subdivided by 2. 1, yes, 2, 3. You're doing it like the nuclear symbol, which breaks it a little bit. You're doing it a bit like the nuclear symbol. Hang on. Copy. Come over here. Why does paint swallow my mouse? It's super annoying. Don't do that. Control V. Okay. Grab it, move it over to the right. And here's what we'll do. We'll go here. Ugh. Right. No, you stupid thing. Alt, not function. There we go. Okay. So we got your number system, right? Let's scoot this over to me. So that one makes sense. Let's get a paintbrush. This one makes sense. So you have 1. Sure. Right? 2 would be pointed completely down. That would be 2. 3. That part I get. This one does not make sense because that is the symbol for 1 and the symbol for 2. After 3, I add it to the front, the top. But on 7, I put it in front. I don't know what front and top is. It's interesting how much is just lost in the way that we think. Right? Because we basically have a 3 coordinate system, right? Boom. With 3 positions, right? That are 1, 2, and 3 in their base state. And then we're moving, apparently, clockwise around this 3 coordinate system. And the layers account for numbers that are larger than 3, or in your case, presumably 6. Right? That makes sense. Yeah, but you'd eventually have to... Yeah, sure. I get that. That's not what I'm having trouble with. How does this equal 4? That's a 1 and a 2. If you say it's 1 past 3, right? Then you don't need this bottom part. You would have this being equal to 4, right? This would be equal to 5. And then 6 would be 2 in the 3's place. Right? And then 7 would be 2 in the 3's place, 1 in the 1's place. Oh, it's cutting off because of how far left it is. New people are like, what are they even fucking talking about? Like I have new people in here. After a round, you add 1 to the end. I just don't understand what you mean. What is a round? What do you mean by adding 1 to the end? Oh my god, spam callers chose this exact moment to be aggravating. Go away. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? I don't know what you mean by a round. Do you mean that it circumnavigated the clock? If we're using the clock analogy, that's fair. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Why did it break this so bad? Okay, it didn't break it too bad. All right, here. Let me go back into this and... But adding 1 to the end, going round, top, front. The problem is the language that you're using makes sense to you, but I don't know what you mean by the front of a 2-dimensional object. Where, yeah, there's a 3-coordinate system, but in front of, to me, is like if I draw... Oh, you fucking think. Of course you'd be difficult. No. Will you fucking stop, paintbrush? Right, like, we got like this black circle, right? And then you put, no, let's put a red one. We got a red circle in front of the black circle, which for some reason it selected the wrong color. Red, there we go. That's in front of, right? Because we're working along presumably the z-axis negatively, right? So this would be our minus z, unless you're in fucking Blender, because they got to be weirdos, and that's negative y. Which is cut off because I'm limited on how to draw this. You just have to assume that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I am not fixing it in OBS again. It's too annoying. It is way too annoying trying to draw shit on anything bigger than what I've got here. You have to understand, I've got like a gigantic canvas. It's like, oh, really? It set my negative to red. There we go. Delete. So... we're going to have to describe the positions as maybe not 1, 2, and 3, but the positions as A, B, and C. That would probably be a better, or we could call them X, Y, and Z if you want to do that. That might be more universal than using the English alphabet because you're Finnish, right? So we could say that, go back to my paintbrush, that we have these 3 axes, right? Boom, 3 axes. But we're going to actually fit them to the way their numbering system works, which is a Y shape. And we'll say that this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. Okay, let's see. Let's see what you got. Okay, 1, yes. 2, yes. 3, yes. I still don't get how this equals 4. You did a really good job drawing the diagram, though. I'll give you that. But I don't see how this equals 4. How does this equal 4? That's 1 in the 1's place, 1 in the 2's place. In my brain, that's 3. So are you saying that instead of putting a marker in the 3's place, it has nothing to do with how it resembles? We have a huge communication breakdown. I think that actually, like, the Finnish-English communication barrier is negatively affecting us here. Has nothing to do with resembling the number 4. What I am trying to do is understand the underlying logic of what you are describing. If we circumnavigate the clock, we'll call it, right? So we have 1 and then, right, 1 and then 2 and then 3. We go to the 4th's place, right? Right. So what would happen is, in my brain, you would mark a 3 and then have 1 past the 3 to denote that it is 4. And it would remain in the 3's place for every subsequent number thereafter. So if you had 2 symbols on the top, that would be 4. If you had a symbol here and at the bottom, that would be 5. And it's not because it's adding, although it works that way too. It's that it's denoting that you have completed the clock. Is this the back to you? That's another thing. Why are you saying front and back? That's another language thing. How is the top left coordinate the back? Like, I'm not trying to be an ass. I promise I'm not. It's just interesting the way you describe things. We have the front, the back, round. Yeah, I've never described a portion of the clock as being the front. Do you guys use that description? Do you say that it's like at the back of the hour or something? That must be a language thing too. I've never used the term front or back to describe a clock or the orientation of the hands in a clock. Okay, so what you're saying is that this one's place, right, is what denotes the movement forward. Right, see, the problem with that is, that's why I propose that we use X, Y, and Z. The problem with that is then the numbers get jumbled. So what you're saying is that in order to denote the number 4, you need a symbol in the X place and a symbol in the Y place. You're adding 2 after getting to 3. So you put a symbol in 1 to denote that you have passed 3. So in any instance where there are 2 symbols, right, you are denoting that it is past 3, right? And so you move the symbol 1 past 3, but then another symbol 1 past that to denote that you're 1 beyond 3. Yeah, I don't get it. Your brain just works different. The reason why I don't get it is because if that were the case, if we were treating this like a clock, say it's now 1 o'clock, sorry, it's X o'clock, right? Then wouldn't 5 also have a symbol in the top right? And then a symbol in the top left? I'm going back to the game. I can't decrypt Stid. Stid's too genius for me, chat. I can't decrypt him. The first position moves with it like a clock, you're saying. So they would rotate by 130-degree position. He's like, I'm playing Elden Ring. Right. So anytime you have 2 symbols, you're saying that you are past 3 because it's a base 3 number system. You rotate by 1 to denote that you are 1 past, and you use 2 symbols to denote that you are 1 past 3 because it's base 3. You rotate twice with 2 symbols to denote that you have moved 2 places past 3. So the entire clock in your analogy rotates, not just the symbol you're adding to it. Yeah, it's weird. I do actually see what you're saying. I finally see what you're saying. Chat, I finally see what he's saying. It is batshit insane, but I see what he's saying. So, in my case, stop wigging out thing. In my case, you don't do this to me. You have these 3 symbols, right? We're just going to use circles for the sake of argument. All right, and we have 3, we have 1, and we have 2, right? In my case, I treat it literally like an hour and a minute hand. I don't know why it did that. An hour and a minute hand, right? So the minute hand rotates once around the clock, but the hour hand only moves once. In his case, they move in conjunction with each other. So it's like having 2 minute hands. And their respective rotations around the clock, not their respective, their combined rotations around the clock, tell you how much more than 3 it is. Until you get to 6. Once you get to 6, you have maxed out the number of rotations because you can only have 3 rotations on top of 3. And so 7 then requires 2 symbols. So where in my case, I might just change the screen here. Hang on. Ugh. Let me go to desktop capture. Properties. Is it this guy? Yeah. So in my case, right, I would have, come on, right? That would be 3. You add 1 to it, that's 4, right? This would be 5. Not because you're adding them, because it's denoting that it's 2 places past 3. And then when you get to 6, in my case, that's when you would add. But what he is doing is he is rotating everything. So you get to 3. The next logical one, you have to rotate this 3 by 30 degrees. So you get a symbol here. And then you have to denote that you have moved up past 3 by having 2 symbols. Right? So you've added a symbol and rotated 30 degrees. Then to denote, so this would be 3. This would be 4. Then you rotate the entire clock again by another 30 degrees, right? Another 33 degree rotation, right? And this becomes 5. And then you have to rotate another 33 degrees and put them both on top, which I've done a poor job here. Wait, let's actually put the circle as a reference. Boom, 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 boom. And this is 6. But once you get here, you've ran out of rotations. So you begin to stack. And you have 7. So the difference between our thought process was this. Stid was thinking in base 6. I was thinking in base 3. Does that make sense to anybody who's keeping up? So Stid's solution is a base 6 solution. My solution is a base 3 solution. I, after getting past the number 3, simply add to the number 3 until you get to 6, and then I stack them. So for me, this would be 3. This would be 3 and 1, so 4. This would be 3 and 2, so 5. And then when you get to 6, you have no choice but to stack them, which would make it 6. So this is a base 3. He is rotating the whole shebang. So once you get past 3, you add a symbol to say you're past 3. So it's kind of base 6. But then you're rotating both of the symbols. Their relation to each other is always 33 degrees, but their relation to the circle can be rotated 3 times. Right? 120 degrees, technically. It's I keep saying 33 degrees. It's not. It's 33%, 120 degrees. Right? So he's rotating by 120 degrees 3 times. The rotation adds to the 3. So you have 3 and a rotation of 120, 3 and a rotation of 240, 3 and a rotation of 360, which can't work because then it would be laid on top of itself. That's when you stack, which makes his system technically a base 6 with like a 3 subdivision. I don't know why I put a B. A 3 subdivision or a 2 subdivision, however you want to think about it. It's either 6 divided by 2 is 3 or 6 divided by 3 is 2. It doesn't matter. So we had 2 different ways of looking at this numbering system, but I like this because it gives me options for the order of the numbers. The problem is, if Stid is correct, I am missing a symbol. Okay? I am missing a symbol. So we can go back to my original. What a weird way to look at it, Stid. Am I correct? Is that correct? Am I actually correct in what that is? Also, you might hear somebody mowing. Bro, I love this kind of shit. Yeah, so what you do is you have all the numbers for 1 through 3. So that is your first rotation. You're technically only rotating one of the triangles. On your second rotation, instead of stacking the triangles, you put them adjacent to each other and you rotate both of them. And that rotation can happen 3 times, right? Before you have to stack. So you have a rotation of 1 by itself, a rotation of 2 by each other, and then a rotation of 2 stacked, which goes up to the number 9. Am I getting it or not? His number system is actually way more complicated than mine. Mine is a simple base 3. His is like a base 3 that's also a base 6, but also a base 9. After you get base 9, it gets weird. But his system is technically more efficient because it would require drawing fewer symbols because the rotations give away half of the numbers. So the number of symbols you need to draw theoretically is half of what they would be in mine. So what I need to do is now erase these numbers and think about them. Hang on, I'm cleaning all this garbage. There's a ton of stuff you guys can't see that's drawn on here. All right, beautiful. Go back to my brush. So this could be 3. I'm going to put the AT system and the STID system. The AT system says that this is 3. The STID system also says this is 3. The AT system says that this is 1 and 2, which is 3. The SI system says that this is actually 4 because you're rotating both the symbols, which means that this is 6 for him, but for me, this would be 4. For him, this would be 6. For me, this would be 5. And ironically, for him, it would also be 5. And this would be 2 for both of us. So the only numbers it appears to change are these guys. But the more fundamental thing is his numbering system is missing a number. You know how we know it's missing a number? Because where's the number 1? So my numbering system I thought was correct, but it assumed that I had made a mistake and gotten the wrong number on something. That I had misread the number. Right? His numbering system assumes that I just straight up missed one of the symbols. I don't remember there being 6 symbols, but it's very possible. Yeah, I hope I do too, dude. I kind of hope his numbering system is correct, because if so, what a mindfuck. I almost think that it can't be, simply because it would be 2 numbering systems based on rotations, but also because it's convoluted enough that it's almost like they just tried to make it a pain in the ass. Do you know what I mean? Here, I have an idea. Can I go over here? Is there invert? Come here, mouse. Come here. There used to be a way to invert everything, but I don't remember. Is it Control I? I swear to God, it used to be. Oh, it uses shoot, Photoshop way of doing it now, which is interesting. It's Shift Control I instead of Control I. But what this lets me do is add a filter, and I can hide the black filter. Not audio filter. Add chroma key. Or color key is fine. Okay, color key. Custom color. Select color. Black. Okay. I don't know what this looks like. Oh, it kind of works. But I need to... And then smooth it out just a little bit. There we go. Does that look like it works, chat? I think it does. Let's go! Let's go. Resume. So now, holy shit, that actually looks hella useful. Dude, that's the thing. This game is definitely not for everybody. But the puzzles are not arbitrary. If you think about it, it's not like you have to solve a riddle to open the door. It's more like you have to figure out how to power the damn door. The door doesn't work because it needs electricity. Like, there are real world parallels to whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. Yeah, it gets real weird with numbering systems and shit like that, but if you look at, like, The Witness, it's just an arbitrary environmental puzzle that moves you to the next section, right? In this, it's more like, oh, you have to find, you know... Dude, Witness is so good. How do I get to the Sunners one? I need to check it. I need to get to the ugly duckling in the forest puzzle, but I don't remember how to get to it. It's not a position that is in the original game, so I don't know how to get to it. Also, grounded moment. All right, this goes all the way down. Yep, that goes to the village. Somewhere through here is a path that will eventually... Okay, I'm taking the same path over and over like a dumbass. Does this one split too? It doesn't. See, there is a way, it's over there. There is a way to look at that. I'll show you what I mean. Can you see that? That is a part of the Sunner. But it's over in that position. You can actually see it, but I don't know how the fuck to get to it. I don't remember how to get to the damn thing. There is like a, there's like wooden steps that go to it, I think. Hang on, is that a maglev in the distance? So is it above the maglev? Hang on. I thought I went down to the maglev and didn't see it, but maybe I'm blind? Oh, I have to call it, don't I? Shit, come here. Come to Papa. I actually would make the argument that trying to solve these puzzles when I was like 10 or 11 changed the way my brain worked. Not even kidding. I feel like if I had a kid, I would try to get them to figure out puzzles like this as soon as possible. Because I have a feeling that it would, like, alter the way they think a little bit. It's sort of like teaching your kid momentum puzzles. If you want to, like, really annoy anybody who gives an IQ test and you have a kid, as soon as they're, like, old enough to understand basically what you're saying, try to make a game out of momentum problems. And then, like, they'll have some standardized school IQ test and they'll score some ridiculous high number, like 180 or something, and the school will be like, oh my god, your child's a genius, when really all they did was learn how to do momentum problems. I think I was older. I think I was 12, actually, now that I think about it. Because I remember turning 12 in California, and I didn't have a PlayStation yet. Pretty sure. Kind of doesn't make sense, though, because didn't the PlayStation come out in, like, 96? Or was it 98? Where, oh, where is the path to the friggin' the thing? Where's the path to the thing? Bro, I'm sorry. I'm just built different. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I'm better than anybody because I played Riven as a kid, but I do think that it did change the way I think about things. Unfortunately, I think as a side effect, it also makes me overthink shit. I don't know if that's Riven's fault, but I would not be surprised if Mist and Riven are the reason why I overthink shit. It's like, obviously, this is all a part of some elaborate scheme that involves cryptic number systems. Everything involves elaborate schemes and cryptic number systems. Oh, I completely understand. It still does kind of require the dunny numbering system, though, because you're already being, like, anthropocentric by saying that it goes clockwise. Why would you assume that it goes clockwise? What if it goes counterclockwise? Your numbering system is completely backwards. Right? We assume that it goes clockwise because clocks go clockwise. That's why it's called clockwise. So the dunny numbering system helps us to establish whether it is clockwise or counterclockwise, basically. But you're right. Your system only requires that the dunny system tell you if it's clockwise or not. That's it. It doesn't tell you anything else. Doesn't need to tell you anything else. It just says, oh, okay, well, if this actually is 1, then we know we're going clockwise. I don't remember how to get to the thing, chat. Dude. I'm an idiot. Like, these games, even though I have, like, I have beaten the base Riven game in, like, 15 minutes. I've beaten the Mist game in, like, 3 or 4 minutes. Like, I've speedran those games. I have never speedran Exile successfully. So, like, you once you figure it out, it's super easy to blaze past. The problem is that, it can still get you. Like, you can still run into stuff that will just straight up get you. How do I get to the fucking platypus? Not the platypus, but the sunner. I don't remember how to get there. I need an overview of the map. I need to get to the fucking sunner symbol so that I can confirm this number, but I don't remember how to get to it, and it's driving me insane. I'm going around in circles trying to figure out how to get to that fucking thing. And now my headphones are dying. Of course they are. But assuming you don't cheat, it will take you a while. You'll learn the dunny numbering system and stuff. Once you, like, if you manage to... What was that? What? What does this do? What does this do? What is this? I found a new puzzle I didn't even know existed. What? What? Oh, don't do this to me, game. Don't do this. I don't need more stuff. I'm good. I don't want to stop. No. It reminds me of this. I don't remember what it's from. It's a movie. And this girl's like, the only words you've ever heard from a woman when you asked her to have sex with you was stop, don't, and no. And the guy's like, oh, yeah, totally. No, don't stop. I don't know why, but that has stuck in my brain for years. It lives rent-free in the back of my head. I still hear that fucking... that guy. Oh, shit. I'm trying to find my way back to the Sunners. but I don't remember how to get there. I feel like there's like a back way somewhere. I've already gone this way like 30 times. So let's go down here. Please, down here. Around here. Dude, I have to find that clip, I promise you. I didn't just pull that out of my ass. It's a thing that exists. For some reason, I see Brendan Fraser with long hair, but I think it was actually Adam Sandler, which means it might be that one movie where they were like rock stars trying to get their album recorded. You remember The Four Horsemen or whatever? It was like Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, Steve Buscemi. Do you guys remember that movie? Or am I too old? Too old, aren't I? Fuck. I knew it. Oh, I'm losing my mind, Chad. I don't know how to get to the motherfucking hidden platypus. I'm just gonna call them platypuses because they annoy me. It's interesting that my biggest barrier right now is that I can't find the fucking hidden area. Maybe I can go through here. I'm tempted to look this up because I've been there and it's not really cheating. I'm not asking it what the number is. Don't talk to me like I'm Joe Biden. Oh, honey, you did such a good job. You answered all the questions. Fuck, man, my country is gonna cause World War III, and it's gonna be a fucking nuclear holocaust, and it's gonna be because some dude thought that the fucking red button was a shiny cherry-flavored candy. Or because a lying narcissist thought it would be a cool way to punk out Putin, or whatever. It's just so fucked. We're so fucked. It was good knowing you, boys. I think there is access through the forest somehow. Or from one of the maglevs. All right, I'm gonna leave the island and travel around on the maglev system for a minute, because maybe if I can travel around the maglev system, I can eventually get to the backside of the jungle island, because I feel like this place has not 2 but 3 maglevs going to it, the jungle. I'm pretty sure the jungle has 3 maglevs. Well, it has, yeah, 3 maglevs, 1 cart. What'd you do? Did you almost have like a car accident or something? You're freaking me out a little bit, dude. You okay? I swear this one used to have a secret path over there, but... Wait. I haven't gone down here looking to see if there's anything hidden on the walls here. Okay, we're going up. Forbidden honey. There've been probably like 4 times in my life I almost died. I'm not trying to be melodramatic. I'm maybe beating you out a little bit. But I definitely have been in situations where it's like, I'm amazed I'm alive. Jumped into a shower this morning. Of course, dude, and made me dry off fast. Use the hair dryer. You almost electrocuted yourself? Bro. That is scary, man. Oh, do you really want me to fuck you up, Stemkey? Do you know what quantum immortality is? If you don't know what quantum immortality... Okay, all right, so there's a couple of interpretations of quantum mechanics, right? You have like the Copenhagen interpretation, which basically says that yes, there's a whole lot of probabilities. The cat could be alive, the cat could be dead, but until you measure the cat is both alive and dead. You know, the whole Schrodinger's cat thing, right? Once you actually observe the cat, you have what's called a wave function collapse, which means that all the probabilities collapse into one actuality. That cat is actually alive or it's actually dead. Before that, it's just a bunch of probabilities, right? There's another interpretation called the many worlds interpretation, which basically says that all possibilities exist. All possibilities exist. They just don't exist in this specific universe. So there's a universe where the cat becomes super cat, a universe where the cat becomes a zombie, a universe where the cat lives, a universe where the cat dies, a universe where the cat just mysteriously vanishes and no one knows what happened to the cat. In fact, all possibilities are played out an infinite number of times. Not just the infinite possibilities, but an infinite time for each possibility. There are infinite yous watching an infinite version of AssassinTeddies playing an infinite version of Ribbon. There are infinite worlds exactly like Earth at the exact same time of day, at the exact moment you're experiencing right now. So there is an infinite number of you staring at a screen listening to an infinite number of me's describe to you what the many worlds interpretation is. But that means that there's the possibility, although it is very like it's not science fiction-y really. There is a good explanation for it, but there is the possibility that because the only version of you that can experience reality has to be a version of you that is alive, that you have actually died many, 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 many times. An infinite number of times to everything. You unfortunately died as a child due to disease, or you were a miscarriage, or you were riding your bike and got hit by a car when you were 2 or 3, or you died in a terrible house fire when you were 6 years old, or the first time you got drunk, you fell off a cliff when you went swimming with your friends and drowned, right? Like you died a million times. But because in all those realities, you are not conscious to experience that reality, you, as you are now, can only exist in a reality where you are conscious and alive. Which means that from my perspective, when you die, you're dead. You don't exist anymore. But from your perspective, you're fine. You end up existing in a branch off of this reality, which isn't entirely accurate, but effectively you live in a branch off of this reality where you never died. Right? And so every time you could possibly die, if there is even an infinitely small chance that you would live, the only reality you can experience is the one where you lived. Which means that theoretically, from our own respective reality tunnels, we are all immortal. We are all doomed to experience consciousness infinitely, forever. There's actually no escaping reality, because if you could experience reality, that is the only reality you can experience. So the reality where you become a vegetable plugged into a machine that keeps you alive forever in torturous agony, well, that's a reality where you still experience consciousness, so that's the reality you exist in. It's called quantum immortality. It is creepy. And a big reason why it's creepy, too, that most people don't think about is that if you have, like, a superhero that lives forever, they can't die, that means the probability of them accidentally getting trapped somewhere, the probability of them accidentally ending up trapped between a rock or something is 100%. They're eventually gonna have to go mountain climbing or something, and they are eventually going to get stuck between 2 boulders, you know, and they're going to be doomed to live that way forever because they're immortal. So while it might not be two boulders, if you exist and can only exist in a reality where you last forever, then chances are you're going to end up trapped somewhere for an eternity. In fact, it's not just chances, it's guaranteed. Yeah, that quantum immortality is creepy. It's a creepy thought. And see, it actually does make sense. Okay, so this just takes me down here. Fuck! It actually does make sense because we already have an anthropocentric, that's probably not the right pronunciation. We have a human perspective of the universe. So like the idea that divinity fine-tuned everything for our existence. You know, we live in a time in the universe where it's warm enough in some places and cool enough in other places that we can have interesting chemical reactions that would allow for the emergence of life. We live in a solar system with a fairly typical star that isn't too hot or too cold. We live in a solar system that has gas giants on the outer edge instead of the inner edge that help to repel meteors and comets. We live on a planet that has sufficient water and sufficient atmosphere and a magnetosphere by virtue of basically being a dual planet system with our moon, right? We live in the Goldilocks zone of our solar system. We live in the Goldilocks zone of our respective galaxy, far on the outreaches, way far away from gamma ray bursts from the central black hole could get us. We live in a galaxy that doesn't have an overly active black hole and that would just sterilize our planet or wipe out our entire atmosphere and kill us off. We live in a place with plenty of materials that we can use to devise technologies to even begin to contemplate these things in the first place, right? Like it just goes on and on. We're super fine-tuned. But of course we're super fine-tuned, because the only reality we can experience is one in which we're conscious to experience it. So the only place we can grow and evolve to question it is the place where we can grow and evolve to question it. Which means that the same bias that we recognize in all other physical sciences, we also have to recognize with quantum immortality. If the only reality we can experience is one that we can experience, then we are doomed to experience it forever. Yeah, when I first learned about it, and having some understanding of like the other sciences surrounding it, I'm like, oh man, this is so confusing and it's so fucked. Wait. I can take the spinny spins. You know what? I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to try and not cheat, chat. How do I get to the Sunner symbol jungle ribbon? 6 months ago. Oh, I missed you. Oh, holy shit. Hang on. It was a bit faulty in the cord. Almost at my still wet chest was faulty. Thought wires inside with their own insulation were intact. Noticed something was off when it sparked white, and a few seconds later, bam, with a large orange spark. Holy shit. Fuck that. Fuck. I've been shocked before. I peed on an electric fence once. That shit is not fun. I didn't actually pee on the electric fence. I peed on a fishing pole that was leaned against the electric fence, but same side effect. All right, I'm going to have you guys do this. I need one of you to go on the internet, because I'm afraid I'm going to give away too much. I don't want any spoilers. I'm looking for the animal symbol that looks like this duck, this guy. And I have found him before. He's on the jungle island, but I don't know how to get to him. I don't remember how I got to him in the first place. And I could wander around for the next 3 hours looking, or you guys could look up the locations for me and then just save me from spoilers, because I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want it to tell me how to complete a puzzle or anything like that. I just want to get fucking back to that stupid thing. I came back home after work. I go to investigate it. Turns out I unplugged the wrong fucking thing. Bro. That is nuts. I had something very similar happen in a hotel one time. I went to a hotel with my then girlfriend, and they had hair dryers. And I pulled the hair dryer off the thing. Okay, so we took a different maglev back. That's interesting. This is not where we came from, chat. This is not where we came from. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. We came from Jungle Island there. But then we took another maglev here. Oh, yeah, it absolutely does. Oh, what I was going to say is I went to go dry my hair, and it was one of those that's like built into the wall. It still has a plug, but it's like got a hanger, so it's like hung onto the wall by the mirror in the bathroom. I pull it off, I turn it on, and it sparked and caught fire. There was no exposed wires or anything. I wasn't going to get electrocuted. It was deep inside the ventilation, so I wasn't going to get shocked. But it did, like, spark a flame and start to smolder, and I yanked the plug, threw it in the sink, and turned the sink on. And then I had to call the front desk and be like, your hairdryer caught fire. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, it shorted out. And when it started to burn and the plastic started to melt, I had to throw it in the sink. I'm sorry. And they were like, oh, don't worry about it. We're just glad you're okay. I think they were, like, afraid of getting sued. But, I mean, it was, like, a shocking experience, but it's not like yours where there was, like, a live wire and my ass was going to get electrocuted. I was fine. I was going to be fine. You know what I mean? Yikes. I feel like down at the bottom of this, if I work the back, I need to go reverse. I need to go reverse on this. Oh, it's the other way. Whoops. I've never gone the back way. Okay. The worst electrical shock I ever had it has to be when when I kind of sort of accidentally peed on a fishing pole that was leaned up against an electric fence. That was pretty bad. My butt cheeks have never clenched so tight in my entire life. Yeah, I don't want to go fully backwards, I don't think. It's cool. This will take me up through the boiler room. Yeah, me and my brother snuck onto someone's property. They had a pond. And it's actually the nicest thing that this particular brother did. He was the one that passed away in a meth lab explosion. But yeah, when I was real young, we snuck onto this property and we went fishing. We were just catching and releasing. We weren't like going to steal this dude's fish or whatever. And it was a very small pond, but there were fish in it. So we go fishing and we catch a couple fish. First time I ever caught a fish actually was with him. And we were going to leave. And it started to rain. So sat the fishing pole down against the post, which just so happened to lean against the electric fence. And I had to pee real bad, so he turned his back. And I didn't actually like try to pee directly onto the fishing pole. It just so happened that it was like tall, wet grass that I was peeing into that had a tenuous connection to the fishing pole that had a direct connection to the electric fence. And that really was a shocking experience. It almost knocked me over. It hurt so bad. Aw, dude, that sucks. I hate that for you, man. I'm sorry. Do most people drive in Germany, or do they take public transport? I suppose it depends on if you live somewhere like rural or not. I'm never gonna solve this puzzle if I don't figure out whether or not my symbol was correct. I don't want to Google it because I'm going to get spoiled, but no one else wants to Google it, so I might have to Google it and risk getting spoiled to find this fucking thing. I'm looking for the statue with the platypus looking son of a bitch on Jungle Island. I need the magnifying glass image locations, but I only need the one because it's one I've already seen. If there's a sixth image I don't know about, I don't want to know the location of it because it'll spoil it for me. So I can't look up the locations because it might spoil something for me, but I've already been there, so I don't want to cheat. It would be cool if AI was smart enough to just tell me. Wait, is it down here? Am I an idiot and it's like down here? Hang on. I forgot about this place. Hang on. Oh my god, I'm a moron. Never mind, I found it. Yeah. Oh, this is the one. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, it is at the top. This is the one in Gen's laboratory, right? So if I go to the one in Gen's laboratory, I don't know why I say it like that. Where is Gen's laboratory 1? There. Why didn't you take a picture of it with the mirror, you dumb son of a bitch? Please tell me I went back and did. Wait, I did. I did. I did, so it's top left. No, that's correct. That's correct. If it is top left, then this symbol is correct. So if all my symbols are correct, then what I have missed is one of these guys. One of these guys is missing. I know where it is. You're right, I'm missing one. I think I know where it is. Yes, but what I'm saying is we need to confirm our numbers, right? The only way to confirm our numbers is to backtrack and find any that are problematic. So if my first symbol is 3, but I got the rotation wrong, it could be the number 2. It could be the number 1. And it was the one, right, that was broken off and in Gen's laboratory. Which means that we have to be careful about whether or not that is the number 1, the number 2, or the number 3. Does that make sense? If I had made a mistake and it was actually the number 1, then I have a different order than I have written down, right? But if I was correct and it is the number 3 and you are correct in your numbering system, then that means we are missing a symbol. But I suspect, I know where a symbol might be. I forgot about it, and I don't know why I wouldn't have written it down. My headphones have died. How do I call this guy? There is a way to, here. There is a way to call the bathysphere over to the school, I think. It's to the school. Where is it up here? Hang on. Oh, it's watching me. That's creepy. Why are you watching me? Stop watching me, thing. That's creepy. Yeah, okay. So basically the same as here in the States. How do I get to the school? There is a way. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can go to the school and... What? Am I tripping? I am tripping, aren't I? I am tripping. There's a way, I think, from the school to move the bathysphere, but I have to move it. Man, the water looks so good in this game. Or I am wrong. How did I move the bathysphere before? I figured it out. I remember thinking, oh no, it's in the way. I'm going to have to take this convoluted path. And then I figured out that it's actually really easy to move it, but I have forgotten how that works too. Because I am a dumbass who forgets everything. Also have a headache. I had to take medicine for it. It's not that bad though. It's not full-on migraine. It's just kind of a mildly annoying headache. Man, these ladders were annoying in the original game too. There's a way to call it somewhere else, but I don't... Oh, never mind. I'm a moron. I remember how to do it now. I'm an idiot. I just move it to the next location and we're done. Because other than the sacrificial prison, the sacrificial cell, they all have direct walkways. Also, second to last vacation, the train managed to accumulate a 193-minute delay on a 70-minute ride. Bro, I was taking buses across the United States one time and ended up with it was a 7-hour layover because one of the buses broke down. And ended up having to take a different bus. Thankfully, the people that worked there had figured out that there was another bus that that was going in a similar direction. And what they did was one of the stops along that particular bus route, this bus also had. It ultimately went somewhere else. But they figured out that they could put people on this bus to this particular location and have another bus meet them there to take them the rest of the way. And so I was so thankful because what was going to be like a 7-hour like layover, a 7-hour delay, instead turned into like an hour and a half. To be fair, it was an hour and a half in Memphis. And also, to be fair, I ended up having to go all the way up to Cincinnati, Ohio, which was like 3 or 4 hours north of where I lived. It was a nightmare. Because I went to go visit my father, who was deathly ill. And I really did not do right by my dad. Poor guy. Let's get all depressed about it. Ugh. Yeah. So I still don't know what this does. I still don't know what this guy does. I've never figured it out. Ah, what is this number? 1! Yo, we found it! The number 1. You fucker, let me out. How did I forget about that guy? And it's the Sharky boy. Boys, we may finally actually be able to fucking get somewhere. Either Stid's approach is correct or my approach is correct. If my approach is correct... Can't be. Stid's has to be the one that's correct. Given the information we have, I think Stid's approach is correct. We are about to find out, I guess. So basically, hang on. Okay, the animation still goes. That's good. Let's grab this. Don't be an ass thing. Here we go. Grab this. Let's shrink this guy. Boom, like that. Oops. We have a fill tool. We do fill with black. There we go. Awesome. Go with white. Grab the paintbrush. Basically, we have this symbol now, right? And it is the Sharky boy with his little teeth or whatever. I'm drawing that very poorly, but this would be the number 1 for both of us. But that means that his system must be correct, because we would then have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna find out. What does Sharky Boy look like? I know I drew that like garbage. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I drew him mirrored, chat. I don't know why I drew him mirrored. Don't judge me. Martha! How do you know that name? All right, come here, fill tool. I need you. Roll it up, smoke it up, inhale. Okay. All right, go back to white. I'm gonna try and paint this this bad boy a little more accurately. So he's like this, 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 this. Boom. Okay. Got two triangles on his back. He got an angry eye. And he's got teeth. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I have to hit the middle one and then get on it. Forgot. Ugh. Let's go. I did not hit her. I did not. It's bullshit. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. It's a great movie, dude. I love bad movies. I am a big fan of bad movies. If you can't, like, sit and drink with your friends, you know, and just enjoy a bad movie together, then that is a sad story. You know, go watch The Room. Go watch the Sofa Killer movie. You know, go watch Trolls 2. The first one, I actually think, is just a solid horror film. They get more and more ridiculous as they go on. I will say that Final Destination 2 has made me afraid to follow lumber trucks, though. Where are you? Come here, Sharky Man. Where is Sharky Man? Sharky Man, that's a work. Sharky Man. We have a problem, cause we're looking for a Sharky Man. It can maybe be this guy, and half the symbol is curve. Oh, they would not make it that easy, would they? Those sons of bitches. They would not make it easy. It could be this guy. Or it could be... Where are you? This guy. This guy looks closer. But of course, the symbol under the water isn't freaking accurate. It's so dumb. Bump, 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 bump. We're gonna go with this guy. He seems closest. Okay, then 2 would be downward facing fish. Then 3 would be fraud. Oh no, I got the order wrong. Shit. I forgot I have 2 number systems. Reset. I forgot I have 2 number systems. That makes it a little annoying. Let's go with this guy. Okay. That he's not one of the ones. So in his system, yeah, 2 is the fish, which is accurate. But then 3 is the Sunner dude. Where are you, Sunner dude? Then 4 is the fraud. 5 is the beetle. Where are you, beetle? Then 6 is the wark, which of course the last one would be the wark. Okay, so that is not the shark. Ooh, my foot. Ah! Oh, it went to sleep. Oh, of course it did. So this is annoying. The reason why this is annoying is if you look at this, I wish you could just like press N for notebook instead of, you see this guy, right? This guy? Right? This guy is not in here. He's not one of the symbols. He's kind of close. Why do they do this? I finally worked out where the last damn symbol was, but is it here? No. Of course not. You sons of bitches. It's not that, it's not that. That. I don't think we're sacrificing anybody to this guy. One of my closest friends just left the Discord server because we were too toxic. Which server? My server? Or you have your own, like, friend server? Ah, I figured. Okay. I was gonna say, if it's my server, I need to know, because I'm gonna have to immediately ban Stid. You know what you did. Fuck! This makes no sense. Maybe it's only half the symbol? Oh, we have to do this all over again. Maybe it's only half the symbol? Because that symbol is not among the symbols on the stones. Before I go on a magical freaking journey, hang on. This goes to the water. Is there anything of use in or around the water? Oh. The water sounds are good in this game. It makes me want to pee real bad. I need to be careful before I go on a magical journey. Because I'll go on a magical journey and just realize, like, oh, I really didn't need to. Hang on. Can I close this? You fucking fucks. Oh, you thought I wouldn't notice. You sons of bitches. Oh! Oh shit, we got a shortcut. That's what this is about. No. Oh, I don't know the fucking order, man. You didn't need to do that, bro. Shit. Do I just light them all? No. Fuck! What is this puzzle? What even is this one? You see 5 symbols. Right? Which tells me that there must be, like, 5 that need to be lit somehow. Oh. How many sticks are there? 1, 2. Hang on, Chad. I hear weird noises. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'll be back.
Sashimi!
Okay, it's somebody weed eating. It doesn't work, but it doesn't work for a weird reason. The final symbol is the fishy boys. The problem is the fishy boys aren't on the rocks. Another problem is I found a back way into here. The problem here is how in the holy shit do I get back through without going all the way down to the bathysphere, calling it, riding it, going back up the fucking thing? There is a hidden secret door right here with a knife stuck in dude's heart. Right? I pulled a lever. They're using a machine to cut the edges of blades of grass up against buildings where traditional lawnmowers won't reach. I don't know how to solve this. This must be a clue. Wait. Where's the knife? There. Okay, so 2 people. No. I can't see downward. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if there's an odd number, can I skip every other one? And no, it won't. There'll always be 2 next to each other. Okay. There must be a reason. There must be a puzzle to these lights, but I don't know what it is. Hang on. Let's look at each of these. I feel like if you light certain ones, it will let you through, but I don't know what the order is. There's no Rivenius number here. Right? There's no Rivenius number here. You just see a wheel with 5 points. Wait. Wait a minute. I think that tells you how to beat the thing. It makes a pentagram. Maybe you're not meant to go back through that. I could be wrong. Oh, can I not call the bathysphere? Shit, I cannot call the bathysphere. Are you serious? I don't know what this does. I actually don't know what that lever does. I have never figured it out. But we're gonna have to go on a... Oh, it switches the lane. That actually makes sense. No, I get it. That makes sense. I don't know how I missed that. The reason why is the sound cue made it sound like as if we were heating this thing up, but it was always heated. Oh, that it's disconnected. Interesting. No, it's still... Okay, so that's not it. That's just refraction. Hang on. Oh, I'm stuck. Great, I don't know what that does either. Yeah, I think that's just water refraction. I think they just have a really good shader. Oh, this is super annoying. So I have to go up and around, call the bathysphere, ride the bathysphere, ride the lightning, boys. I think it's this way. Yeah. That goes down to the school, but that's not where I want to go. I need to go all the way through here. I don't know how the blue light puzzle works. Hang on. I wanted to look at the little guys to see if the little guys maybe gave me a clue, but they don't. Oh, no, this is not the correct way either. Shit, how do you get to the fucking... The bathysphere, the back wedge of the bathysphere. Why did they have to make everything so convoluted? God, they actually made the island somehow more convoluted than the original game, and it hurts. I just need to get to the bathysphere. Oh! There is a back part of the island. I'm gonna go get my tea. My head hurts. I'll be back. There probably is one in the guide, but I don't want to refer to the guide because it has spoilers. It's just the village itself is so it's this island. This island is so convoluted. I mean, it is so convoluted. There is a way. Did you see that? It just closed. It's closed. So the switch does do something with the heater. Oh, I hate you, game. I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate you so much. This is all uncalled for. It's just not necessary. Some combination of these. You can't simply light them all either. But some combination of these opens this, I'm pretty sure. The reason why I picked this one is the levers on the opposite side. Okay, well, I know how to get back to the backside, but it's fucking obnoxiously far away. I'll have to call the bathysphere. Right, I'm not an idiot, right? Like this is getting to like ridiculous levels of convoluted, and I thought the original was convoluted, but I had already beaten the original by now, I'm pretty sure. I think I've spent more time in the remake, which many people are saying is much more reasonable, and for some reason the remake is killing me. I had beaten the original by now. I'm pretty sure. Of course, I did go on a magical journey for a lever in the original, but like I'm at 7:34. Like, I don't want to give up. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna go for probably until about 8 o'clock. I just want to get to Moedy Land. I know that there's a portal that opens up when you pull the correct stones. The problem is the damn symbol isn't there. Like, I've gone through all this trouble. I've got 2 different numbering systems for the Rivenese numbers, assuming we're correct, which let's check his numbering system. We can find out maybe if his numbering system is correct. It's a dark image, this one. Right? Would this be 8? Right? In his numbering system. Yes, that would be 8. And then 9 would be there. Right, that's 7. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, 9. And then it would be 2 for 10. Wait, does his numbering system make sense? Hang the fuck on. His numbering system makes sense. I think Stid's numbering system is correct. Well, fuck it. We're gonna brute force it, because I'm getting in that shit. I don't care. I will try every stone. I will leave no stone unturned. That's not where you were. I'm kidding. It got here really quick, though. Pretty sure it's that one. Or not. We'll find out. Half-Life 2. I might play like one short game. I was hoping to do Half-Life 2 this week at some point. Uh-oh. No, it went the correct way. Interesting. But I'm pretty sure I've got to get through Half-Life 2. Because you guys won't stop bugging me about it. Like, I have to do it in order to just stop people asking. And then I need to play a bot-filled game of TF2. If there are real players, I can't play that game. It has to be against bots to get the true TF2 experience. Let's say Halloween. Let's say I'll play all the Metro games during Halloween. But I've played a lot of games for you. You can't feel too bad. We'll do like all the Criminal Origin, or we'll do Criminal Origins and Metro. Okay, so we know what 2 through 6 are, presumably. The problem is we don't know what 1 is. 1, if you look at my lovely drawing, is at the bottom and looks like a fish coming out of water, right? We do not have an equivalent symbol here anywhere. Unless we do like the warp twice, which I don't believe that's what that is. Okay. So that's the problem, is that our first symbol isn't listed here. So assuming it's not here, we have to try random things. This guy looks like might be him. Let's try him. Okay, then 2 will be fish. Then 3 will be Sunners. That can't be correct. Shit, that actually can't be correct. Because we know that the symbols go in a specific direction. So, yep, we can expect the Sunners to be here. And then one of them is going to be over here. Ferg? Work? No, work is last. Beetle. Beetle. Work. Okay, not correct. If the dot itself is a 1, then we can't have a number 1. It resets after 6, which means there are 6 stones. One of them has to come first. And if we don't have a symbol that's just an empty circle. So we have to figure out which one of these is the sacrificial shark that's at 1. Do you see what I'm saying? One of these is the first stone, but which one? We can brute force it. Just start with things. But I was hoping it would be something that looks vaguely like it. Maybe there's, like, from a different perspective, like this thing is somehow correct. I don't think your number system is wrong. I think your number system is right. I think the problem is that the fish isn't here. I will show you what I'm talking about in the notebooks. You don't have to look at my bad drawing. This guy is number 1. One thing to keep in mind is I didn't wait for the mirror to show orange. This is our first symbol, according to your numbering system. He is not here. So maybe he is half a symbol, right? In which case, what looks kind of like him? Because I didn't wait for the magnifying glass to glow orange. Yes, we have found the order of the stones in regards to your solution. Your numbering system, I believe, is correct. I could be wrong, but I think your numbering system is correct. Because going back to the Rivenese to Dunny, your numbering system works. For all the numbers, right? The problem is the symbol is missing. That's the problem. The symbol we are looking for is not here. And I'm losing my fucking mind. Right, where the fuck is the fish? Now you get it. We're on the same page. Where is this fucking fish? Why is it not here? Dude, I don't even want to fuck with the stick puzzle. I'm gonna be honest. Fuck the stick puzzle. I think it's just a shortcut back into here anyway. I don't want to go all the way back to it and randomly pluck on sticks. But the symbol... Sorry. The thing that was drawn on the wall... This guy. Right? Six lines, 5. That's the weird thing, is there's 5. but 6 and 6. Maybe that's why I did. I hate that I have to scroll this far. That's why I did this. This implies that there are 6 stones, or that there are only 5 stones. First, let's figure it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's see if there are 20 stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There isn't. I've gone in circles like 30 times. Not a fish. Already used it. That's a beetle. Not a fish. 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 Already use it. Not a fish. Not a fish. Already use it. A fish. Already tried it. Didn't work. Not a fish. 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 Oh, besides, we already tried. Not a fish. Is a fish, but it's one of our symbols. This one didn't work. Not a fish. Not a fish. I may have messed this one up, but we'll try it. So this is 1. Then 2 is this guy. Then 3 is Ferg, right? No, 3 is Sunner. 4 is Ferg. 5 is Beetle. I know I just saw him too. Beetle. 6 is Work. Nope. Okay, we could try it with this fish, this guy. Then 2 is this guy. Then 3 is Sunner. Then 4 is Ferg. Then 5 is Beetle. Where are you? I always miss the Beetle for some reason. Then 6 is Work. Not correct. Okay. Can't do 2 of the same one, so... unless there's a hidden stone somewhere. Do you see what I'm saying? We did all this work. Your numbering system actually makes sense. And then we can't. Can't interact with that either. Anything like hidden on the ceilings? I hate this. I finally think that I figured this out. I get all this way. And I'm cucked by a fish. Or I'm a dumbass and I'm just not seeing like a really obvious fucking solution. Hang on. I have an idea. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna write over this Jungle Island save. Sure. Oh, it says what the name of the islands are. Survey Island. That's the one with the crystals, or what I call Crystal Island. That's good to know. Right, the reason why I saved there, and I did save there, right? Hang on. Load. Yes, okay. The reason is we can explore the hidden room. So we've got this hidden room here, right? Dude, what if it's on the other side of this and we can't see it? Right? See, I don't want to go out there because it's such an incredible pain in the ass to get back in. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't think we have a choice. We can brute force it, but I actually want to solve it. So we're going to go back to the village. And here's why. This switch must be important. And the reason why the switch is important, I think, is because there must be an angle where this would glow orange. Which means that I have to go all the way around again, get the bathysphere again, come here again, flip that switch again, and find the angle, because maybe that fish is just part. What is that? Is it multiplication or addition? Is it 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1? Which is 9 plus 3 is 12 plus 2 is 14 plus 1 is 15? Or is it multiplication? I don't remember. I feel like it's multiplication. It's 5 times 4 is 20 times 3 is 60 times 2 is 120 times 1 is, yeah, it's 120. 120 possible solutions. Yeah, it's 120 possible solutions. But that's not actually true. Because what I mean by brute force is brute force which one is the fish, which is only 24 possibilities. Which means the maximum number of times we'd input the combination is 24. Assuming your numbering system is correct. Here, look at the numbering system and tell me. This looks correct, right? Right, this is 5. Right? Which in your numbering system is correct. This is 3. This is 1. Right? 7 would be pointed this way. 8, 9. So this is correct. Which means that we're just missing the first symbol. That we could brute force the first symbol, but I don't want to because that's cheating. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm cheating. The one thing I wanted to check is this is our symbol. This guy is our symbol. Maybe forces the water up there. Why would we need to turn off the heater to the bathysphere? Why would we need to turn it off? Hang on. The only thing I can figure is there must be an angle where that symbol can actually kind of see there. There must be an angle where that symbol is refracted or something. Maybe actually in the bathysphere. Now we have to go on a long fucking convoluted journey to get the bathysphere again. Which I've already forgotten. It's just not going to be satisfying. If I do it by brute force, I'm going to be disappointed. I don't feel like I've learned anything if I have to brute force it. I'm still missing something, and I deserve to be cooked. In this particular case. Yeah. I am missing something important. Hang on. I feel like there was something about this that was important in the original ribbon, but I don't remember what it is. You can quote me on it. You should copy and paste that text in GIMP over a picture of me eating a chip. That'd be funny. It's just me. Spent almost the entire stream figuring out a numbering system that ended up being useless. Well, not useless, but not mattering as much as I had hoped, because I could have probably brute forced it, but damn. Why am I having such a hard time with this one when I did so well in the first one? Technically, I did, and Stid did. Although, Stid did force me to think about the problem in a different way, so I do actually understand how the problem works. I wasn't just given the answer. I wanted to understand the logic and was able to figure out the logic behind the solution. Not a big fan of the logic, but no, neither here nor there. But I'm probably only not a big fan of the logic because the logic that made more sense to me was not the one chosen. So that's on me. What is it that this does? Oh yeah, that brings this in, that's right. Alright. There must be some trick to that first symbol. I must be missing something. I bet you... Hang on. Oh, I can't move around while in the thing. It never occurred to me I could have this while in here. God, it makes it really hard to see, though. See, there's our fish. All right, now hang on, hang on. Do you see what I'm doing? Right, now this clears the area around it. This switch... Oh shit, the switch allows it to remain clear. Oh, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to... So there must be an angle where it makes sense. Means I need to go to the next stop. Hang on. I can't believe I've had such a hard time with this one. Yeah, I gotta get there before time runs out. Let me down! Fuck! And where it doesn't have traditional... It doesn't have traditional physics. The interactions can be weird sometimes. Flip this. That should keep that on. Okay. Okay. Notice the mirror doesn't glow. The mirror doesn't glow. Which means that symbol is not the correct symbol. That is not the correct symbol. This is a red herring. So I've got to pull that lever to keep that open. Then I got to open the wark thing. So it's telling me that the symbol is accessible via the wark, I think. Just checking. I think that you go to the top image, edit, or yeah, it's like image crop, something like that. I think you need to select what you want to crop to. So make a selection, then it's like edit, crop, image crop, something like that. Hang on. It's probably going to ask me to update. I think we're up to like 2.15 or some shit. Oh, it's just 0.38. Okay, come here. Yeah. 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 Crop to selection. Shift control this. So it's image crop to selection. I can't believe I remembered that. I cannot believe I remembered that just from memory. Wait. Yeah, I want to go back in here. Is this open now? Yes. Okay, this is open. Oh! What? Okay, it's just changing position. Are you fucking kidding me? It was a bait! It was a bait, chat. We found the symbol. It was a bait the whole time. I knew when I looked down, I'm like, that's awfully white. You fucking thing. Ooh, I hate you. I hate you, game. I hate you. You are the devil. She showed me her boobies and I like them too, mama. Gatorade H2O. It's got great. Just what I needed. Another Adam Sandler movie stuck in my head. Son of a bitch. Hey! The little things are under the water. The little glowy things. Those guys. The blue guys. You see? Oh, we can finally go get the linking book from the Modi. Move the plot forward and wrap up the stream. Finally. Oh, I have to bring it down first. I'm pretty sure we just have to take it back again. And then I can't remember how to trap them in the book, so we're going to make some saves. Oh. Because there were like 9 endings in the original game. Assuming it's anything similar, I do not want to screw up. Let Gin free, trap myself or Atris. We might for the giggles. I think I remember how to trap myself. That would be a cool alternate ending to have. It's interesting that you have to do this every time, or it won't open. Okay, Bill Cosby, calm down. Yeah. Yeah, I got all the endings in Abduction. We did all of them. Sure enough. Where are you? This guy. 1. Then 2 is our fish. Then 3 is the Sunner, which is over here. Then I'm pretty sure there's an even spacing between them. No, there isn't, because 4 is Fraud. And then 5 is Beetle. And then 6, the grand finale, is the Wark, which is facing this. Let's go. Let's fucking go! Alright, boys. You're pretty fucking smart. You figured out the numbering system. That's true. This should open and reveal a book, if I remember right. Okay, I was gonna say, are we gonna... Oh, this is a hint at 4 and 5, isn't it? Can you explore this world now? Because you couldn't in the original. This, by the way, is the world on the original cover. Doesn't, like, a person pass in front of one of these? Oh, boys, we are about to get put to sleep.
Palo! Palo! Yo, online! Yo,
Hey!
online!
Not called for. That was uncalled for. That motherfucker right there! He banged my old lady! Fucking get him! You could have just been like, hey, come with us, and I'd been like, okay, cool. Let's do it! Okalimi. Okay. Nailed it. We're going there. I'm glad that they added to this. In the original, I think there was, but I'm not sure. Achaka. I will never forget Achaka. Memoirs will be written about you upon my deathbed. I swear to it. Okay. If I remember right, it's a whole lot of back and forth. Wait, this faces a different direction than I remember. Alright, we gotta go to the... Tay! That's right, this place is Tay. I forgot that it was Tay. Wait. Ooh, I still have the thingamabob. Oh no! Oh no, time has passed. Animation time. Uh-oh. I don't remember seeing
Katarina now the saya palo.
Nailed it, lady.
Manay yalepo. Miltisai. Bekaretere wirape yelo kene falapo. Tisai. Why te fulupe?
Why did the flupe?
Now Katarina ne.
That was Catherine's name.
Wisi fapolo yai sepe yai.
Her animation was better than a lot of the other ones, but they are definitely like not mocapped. They're yeah, right? She definitely said Catherine's name. I write quickly from my prison, along with this journal. I've instructed Nayla to return the book that the Moede intercepted upon your arrival. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atris for a very specific purpose. Gen will wish to use it, though he will undoubtedly be suspicious. Once he is out of the way, you still need the combination to release me. I'm told he keeps it somewhere in his outpost on 233. Then I assume we're to signal Atris. I think I know how it might be done, but don't attempt it before I'm released. And then her journal. Oh my God, we gotta do some reading, boys. Gotta do some reading. Her handwriting was always my favorite because it's kind of sloppy. The issue that I have with it now, weirdly, is that it looks a lot like my ex's handwriting. It's this weird mishmash of like print and cursive. It's been 1 week since I looked at you. Something I said that I'm sorry. What is that? What is that song? I know that song. Hang on. Hang on. God, what is it? Bare Naked Ladies. Bare Naked Ladies. Yo.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get that together, come back and see me.
So as soon as it's been 1 week since I leaked a ribbon, and I'm still reeling from the changes I've witnessed even before my eyes could adjust. The smell of my homeland embraced me. The sweet salt air was instantly familiar. Wait, Catherine is from Ribbon? I don't remember that. But the scene that soon resolved was not. As I stood there, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing, a violent clang sounded, and bars appeared before me. It was then that I must have been darted, for my memory after is cloudy. Yeah, it makes sense, because I remember the story vaguely from the Book of Atris. She was like Gen's pupil, if I remember right. She was taught by Gen. But Gen was like weirdly jealous of Catherine, because he'd be like, oh, that's crazy, that will never work. And then it definitely did. It definitely worked. The shit she did was wild. It was then that I must have been darted, for my memory after is cloudy. A Ribbonese man, shabbily dressed in militaristic attire, was shouting something at me. He seemed to be attempting to speak Dani, but his grasp of the language was so poor that I could not make out his words, and then the world went dark. Many voices passed, until at last I awoke to a familiar face, Eti. After all this time, she still as warm and as kind as ever, and yet the years have clearly wounded her, as they've wounded everyone whose world became a prison when Gen was trapped here. Everything is tinged with pain and loss, even Eti's bright smile, though she does her best to hide it. A desperate urgency squelched by unuttered fears seethes beneath her cordial veneer. Little overly poetic of a sentence. A desperate urgency squelched by unuttered fears seethes beneath her cordial veneer is not a thing that human beings say to each other. When Atris and I left Gen here all those years ago, I was haunted by visions of what had become of my people. Perfectly reasonable, not as poety. And how they might have come to suffer under his rule, but the injustices I imagined were nothing compared to the atrocities that have actually come to pass. The following is the chronicle of what I have learned A record of all that has happened should I no longer be here to tell it. That's fucking cool. I didn't know that. So Catherine left a whole bunch of mysterious packages and journals, and they based the games off of. So they made an ARPG. Dude, we need a Myst ARPG. That needs to be a thing. That 100% needs to be a thing. There needs to be a modern day Myst RPG that nobody is told is an ARPG. It cannot be like, you know, one of those Myst convention type of deals. We need to send an anonymous package to someone we know has played the games. That's it. No forethought, no talk, no nothing. And it's just like journals and lore and obscure shit with maybe a puzzle box. And then it goes from there. Because someone is going to be like, dude, I got this package in the mail. They're going to share it on Reddit or whatever. And, you know, after like 3 days, they'll be like, holy shit, I figured out the puzzle box in it is a piece of paper with a list of dunny numbers. What the fuck is this? And then you find out that the fucking dunny numbers are like longitude and latitude, and one of the people in the Reddit thread, that would be Catherine left a pipe bomb on the porch. Yes, yeah, exactly. The moiety is, see, the cool thing about the mysterious package company is if you sign someone else up for it. You pay for someone else to receive mysterious packages. That makes it more interesting. I will click your link in a minute. The moiety. It seems the confrontation that led to Gen's entrapment on Riven was witnessed by some of the Rivenese, but their interpretation of the event was skewed. No doubt due to Gen's overinflated view of himself, Atris and I had hoped that stripping him of his ability to link to other worlds might lead people to conclude that his claims of godhood were false, but it appears the opposite has come to pass. If Gen was a god and we had vanquished him, then we must be greater gods. It was thus assumed that my absence was only temporary and that I would surely return one day to set the world right again. Thus the moiety, the name adopted after Gen's disparaging use of the term, were born sworn enemies of Gen and devotees of me. I had no inkling of this misconception about myself until 2 days ago, though in hindsight it makes perfect sense given the way I've been treated. Man, what a beautiful F. For their part, they naturally assume an omniscient deity might be well aware of their divine status, so there was no need to inform me. I only finally pieced it together during a recent underground gathering where they reenacted their version of the story of my life, a riveting tale that culminated with the confrontation between Atris, myself, and Gen at the edge of the fissure. The events had been exaggerated to such grandiose proportions that I found it hard at times to suppress my laughter, and yet this myth has also given them the courage to stand against Gen, and the hope that they might someday be delivered from the relentless inhumanities of authoritarian rule. Even so, the fact that I am one who has been cast as their savior, an omnipotent being who would one day return to Riven, overthrow Gen, and lead them to a new paradise is deeply unsettling. I would do anything to free my people of this hellish existence, but I am not who they think I am. How, though, can I dissuade them from this notion without also... Here's the interesting thing. Oh, have a good night, Mornir. Oh, no, I have to finish reading it. I went to go click your link, seeing as how you're leaving, but now the problem is it might trigger the animation. So I need to get back in the book instantly. Mornir, you better hope I never find out where you live. Anyway, back to the journal. The interesting thing about this is that Atris is really working with Catherine, right? To figure out how to save everybody and take them to a paradise, which they do in the original story. Stop it. I need another display tablet because that one is super shitty. I'm sorry, XP Pen. I know you make good stuff, but these earlier iterations short out too easy, and it causes the screen to go crazy. Without also crushing their hopes, as Gen's power grew, so did the moiety. Oh, the symbol! Secret passage to the rebel linking room. Yo, let's go! Let's fucking go! As Gen's power grew, so did the Moiety, and in order to evade his persecution, for he would wipe them all out in an instant if he could, they had to become more and more adept at concealing themselves. They make use of a network of caves that so far he has failed to discover, but I fear it's only a matter of time before they're found out. 3 Bolu must be lit. I love her Fs. Further jeopardizing their existence is the fact that the Moiety absolutely refuse to sever their ties with those who have sided with Gen. The two factions thus live together in surprising harmony, their overarching sense of cultural unity appearing to outweigh the schism, at least for now. This is a symbol I haven't seen anybody write in a long time. I do this when I journal. I haven't journaled in a long time. I just thought that it was like a good bid you adieu for the night, and instead it was a Doritos Nin root. I thought like, oh, well, he's getting off, so he's going to share something extra special, and instead it was a Skyrim meme. But I don't even know what this symbol means. It was just the habit I developed when I wrote in journals. It's just like the S symbol with the slash. It sort of shows like the passage of time. Like if you plan on coming back to an entry the same day, right? But you don't know when you're going to be able to, you kind of put that in there as a sort of pause. Is that what that's called? Is it called a knit? I just have always done it. And I've seen it done, but not in a long time. I heard today that Father and Annette were inducted into Gen's labor force. I so longed to see them, but a dimness shrouded Ati's face so abruptly when I asked of them that it left me hesitant to press the matter further. I must know the truth eventually, but I fear the news will not be good. From the moment of their inception, the Moiety have sought to disrupt Gen's plans at every turn, sabotaging his constructions, stealing from his precious stockpiles, and keeping an ever-watchful eye on his every move. They shroud themselves with dark coverings and delight in the fact that their enemies are often frightened by their wraith-like appearance and their almost preternatural ability to wreak havoc without detection or consequence. It was in the course of one of these forays that I was fortunately rescued when I first linked to Riven. I shudder to think what might have become of me had a scout not been there to intervene. Gen will certainly be hunting for me now, no doubt. Furious at his guard's failure to detain me. He must be even angrier, though. At the loss of the linking book he surely assumes I brought with me, that I was deceived into linking it to Riven without any way back, is a bitter, yet fortunate fact, for it may well have been meant the death of us all had the path back to Dani fallen into the destructive hands. When he finally discovers that I came here empty-handed, he'll be angrier still. That is some consolation, at least. And then cute doodles. I love it. So, you have to understand the first game. In the first game, you sort of just, like, fall through a fissure. And you end up on this mysterious island. And you're like, what the fuck? It's sort of like Backroom style, right? You're just like, whoa, what the fuck? Where am I? What's going on? And so you slowly unravel this story about a father, 2 sons, and a mother. The father is Atris, the mother is Catherine, and the 2 sons are Cirrus and Achenar. And Atris had learned from his father how to basically create worlds, or to at least link to worlds that already existed. And he taught this to his sons. They used the ancient Dani language with very, very precise descriptors to create/link to these worlds. But in so doing, his son Cirrus and Achenar encountered natives that worshiped them as gods. From their perspective, they were godlike people. And Atris dissuaded his children. He was like, don't buy into this. You're just a normal person like the rest of us. You have access to knowledge they don't have. That's it. That's all it is. But it went to their heads, and they became greedy and egotistical and basically fought over the native peoples and amongst each other to have power, basically infinite power over the native peoples of the worlds that they linked to. And you slowly solve all these puzzles, and you basically are given a choice to save either Cirrus or Achenar with a hidden third choice. And after the hidden third choice, which is to save Atris, you are in the land of Dunny, deep underground, because they were a subterranean people. And he's basically like, listen, there's one more thing I need for you to do. I hate that we have trapped my sons, but Catherine is on Riven, her home world, apparently. I've forgotten about that part. And I need to send you to go save her. So the perfect outcome is, again, Sirius and Achenar are all trapped in their respective places, but Catherine and Atris are able to come back together in Dani and perhaps even create a new world for themselves, which they do in exile. They have a special world that they have created for themselves, and they eventually have a daughter who is ridiculously overpowered. She ends up with like the strict scientific clinical aspects of Sirius with the more naturalistic organic aspects of Achenar, but also with the natural raw talent of her mother, and she just makes amazing things. And she actually uncovers the origins of how the Dunny were able to link to other worlds. It turns out that, well, I mean, to be fair, Catherine is kind of overpowered, and her daughter even more so, because her daughter was able to, she had an opportunity in, what was it 4 or 5 to basically become a god herself if she wanted to be, but she discovers a native species of people that were the ones who first did the linking, and the Dunny had kind of stolen it from these native people. But these native people did it naturally, without thought. They didn't need to write convoluted linking books to link to worlds. They just could do it. So the Dunny, wanting to establish their power, almost completely wiped them out. And if I remember right, in the final story, you fall through the Star Fissure one last time, and you end up in the Arizona desert, where Cyan originated. And off in the distance, on the top of a mountain, you see one of the native peoples kind of wave down to you as a dark silhouette on top of the mesa, and they disappear. No, yeah. Firmament and Abduction are independent. Firmament is okay. It's an okay game. Abduction is a great game. I love Abduction and the whole Myst series. I even liked 4 and 5, but I think that 4 and 5 kind of took it too far. Uru was fun, but it's kind of a nightmare to play. I think that the first 3 Myst games, the lore in the first 3 Myst games, I would argue I actually like 4. I like 4. I think we could do without 5. I'm going to be real. I think that the 5th one can just go. But I think the first 4 Myst games are fan-fucking-tastic. They're amazing. It is one of the best fantasy stories I have ever read, and it's in a game. Because, like, there's this tendency for people when they write fantasy, it's like, oh, we got elves and trolls and wizards, and it's like, good job, J.R.R. Tolkien, that's never been done before. But they actually came up with a whole special kind of lore, and they really put a lot of thought into it. And so, like, the puzzles are fun and stuff, but it's the feeling of exploration and unlocking this actual, like, interesting... Their world building is fucking great, is what it is. Their world building is amazing. It is so good. That is what made them what they are. If they weren't as good at making worlds and fleshing them out with peoples and populations and histories, I don't think these games would have ever really went anywhere. I've glimpsed the final breath of a dying age. A tiny blade cuts the void, the white, whole divided, again and again, dipped in black. The nib drips red, the art of genocide. Today I ventured above ground to see for myself what has become of the island. I hoped it wouldn't be as bad as the Moiadi had reported. It was worse. Having lived with it for so long, the Ribbonese have become inured to the steady decay around them, but I was devastated. As we wound our way through the underbrush, I found myself once again breathing in my youth, the ocean air, and transporting me back in a matter of seconds. But as my eyes again took hold, the warmth of those memories vanished, and I was left with nothing but numbers. We had reached a bluff that had not been there for the last time I had visited my home, Riven, which once was once was one island, had split into 5 distinct pieces that had since drifted apart at an astonishing rate. 4 of these have been claimed by Gen as his exclusive domain. Only those that have been sworn their loyalty to them are ever allowed access to them. From my vantage point at the edge of the trees, I could see 3 of them, now blighted with Gen's monomaniacal? I would have expected megalomaniacal, but sure, monomaniacal constructions. These islands are closely guarded and pose great personal risk to the Moiety, though that hasn't kept them from doing whatever they can to thwart Gen's endeavors there. That's the thing, is it's not really. It seems like they're patchwork worlds. Like they mostly only explore parts. Like there are only a handful of places that really seem to be like full worlds. Most of them are like little world modules. You know, they're islands or swamps. It's sort of like they're archetypes of regions. So you'll have like the island archetype, the swamp archetype, the ocean archetype, right? Hey, listen, Cyan. I have a really cool idea. I've had a cool idea for a long time. And I kind of wondered if you were going to do it with Riven, but you didn't, and that's okay. But if we ignore the 5th game, basically, we can assume that there are potentially parallel worlds nearly identical, if not identical, to Riven, which means there may be other Rivens that are stable. And having a pilgrimage story about returning a people to their home would be a cool fucking game. Especially if you have to travel through a multitude of patchwork worlds to finally find all the tenuous connections that lead them back home. That would be dope. Just a thought. Just a thought. Right? You wouldn't be confined to just Riven. You could branch out through a whole bunch of worlds. It doesn't have to be every Rivenese. Maybe some just want to go home. Some want to stay where they, whatever, you know. But I always, when I was a kid, even remember thinking like, man, it would be cool if, you know. And they kind of did make a pilgrimage to another world. But anyway, that's just me. You can have that idea for free. If you pay me, that'd be great too, though. The 4th island I could not see, as it had crept away some distance and now lies concealed by fog. The Moiety said that Gen originally governed from this small island, living and working in a protected space he built for himself atop the stump that remains where the great tree used to stand. It would be so cool to come back to a Riven with the great tree. Right. But they went to Relishan, not to Riven. My idea was literally taking them from where they are back to a Riven that is stable. They return to one single giant grandiose island where the great tree is still alive and Gen had never existed to fuck anything up and blah blah blah. But I also had not played Uru or Myst 5 when I first thought of that. And most of what I knew about Riven, if I'm being honest, then was from stuff that I had read online, because up to that point I still hadn't beaten it because I didn't have the other discs. The only surviving forest is located here, on the largest island where the village also remains. This island was ostensibly intended to be a province of the people, but it too has been irrevocably marred by Gen's oppressive intrusions. Words fall, brittle known leaves masquerading as green, should never have held lives both bloomed and as yet unseeded. Yeah, I'm gonna alt-tab and check your links. You sent 2 or 3? 3. Wait, is this Bare Naked Ladies? It is not. I have to be the very best. Oh no. bro, you shouldn't drive with a cell phone in your hand. That's dangerous. That's also, you should learn to drive with your left hand, because how are you going to shift with a cell phone in your left? Anyway. Stop using NixOS. File names were not supposed to have. Here's evangelism, yet no real-world use found for immutability. Want to make your system immutable anyway for a laugh? You have a tool for that called chmod. Infinite recursion encountered at undefined position statement dreamed up by utterly deranged. To look at what functional programmers have been demanding your respect for all this time with all the disgrace we gave them. These are real packages created by real functional programmers. It's kind of true. I mean, I think this is a gag. The one thing I've noticed with Nix is no stability issues. About once a month, every 2 months, something breaks on my Arch system. Recently, Hyperland broke because libdisplay got updated, but my Hyperland -dev was using an older version. So what I had to do was use Yay to update the Hyperland Git separately in order to fix it. But it worked, you know, it wasn't like a huge deal, but bro, why? That's funny. But why do I have to constantly be fixing shit for you? I'm saving this one. That's the one thing I have to say, is that not having to fix stuff is nice. Hi, David. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Vina. Good morning to you. This is from Cyber Defense. I would like to validate an activity occurred on your host. Sure. Can you help me understand the use of nvim exe? Wait, do they have an nvim exe? NeoVim on Windows? I mean, it must be. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that they had one for Windows. But my opinion on NixOS is still kind of out. I'm an outcast among outcasts, but Talos OS and Kubernetes distribution does some neat stuff with immutability. Yeah, so the way that Nix appears to work, I haven't gotten super deep into it, but you basically have stable and unstable packages, and you can decide based on your configuration.nix whether you want the unstable or the stable versions of packages. So for instance, if I want a really stable system, I can have all my system stuff come from the stable branch, but because I want to use the latest features in Godot, I can have the unstable version of Godot just written into my configuration.nix instead of having to interact with the package manager, download and install it separately, right? And the cool thing about that is, especially with some of its interactions with other pieces of software, including Hyperland, I can actually dump my entire Hyperland configuration into my configuration.nix. So now my window manager and all my software packages are exactly how I want them in one file that I upload to the internet. Then when I install another Nix, I simply copy that configuration.nix. I use, Git to grab it and put it on my system, and now I've got an exact duplicate of my system exactly how I want it. There's also flakes and things which I have not gotten deep into, but basically there are like instances of system configurations that are designed for specific things that you can grab and throw away, that are disposable. So like, oh man, I really need Python 3 for this one specific problem. You grab a flake that has it, like a shelled instance of that configuration. You do whatever you need to do with Python, and then you dispose of it when you're done. I am an outcast among outcasts, the diaspora of a dying world. Despite my repeated protestations, the Moiety continue to treat me differently. Their desperate need precluding any dissuasion from the belief that I am some sort of messiah come to save them. They misconstrue my every move as a validation of their faith, whispering of how I walked the island bold and unafraid, mistaking my outrage at the island's devastation for bravery. But I am afraid, for I know something that the Moiety do not, the underlying reason for the island's accelerated decay. Gen wrote this world, and so it will fail as all of Gen's ages ultimately fell. I must make the Moiety understand this, but I cannot talk to Ati. There were brief moments soon after my arrival when my divine status was forgotten and I was simply Katrin again, but they are almost non-existent now. There is one person, however, who seems immune to these fallacious notions, Nela. Her gaze has never faltered whenever I've dared to hint at the uncomfortable truth. I feel I could trust her to bear the full brunt of it. Gen is making books. How did I not know this until now? Atris and I knew he would likely attempt it, as he has adopted the paranoid practice of writing all of the necessary materials into his ages. He's been exploiting the natural resources and the people of Riven as fodder for his mad pursuit of to further his colonialist ideals. Thankfully, it sounds as if he has not yet succeeded, as painful as it's been. The fact that I've returned to Riven at this crucial juncture is fortuitous. The age is crumbling, my people are suffering, and if Gen succeeds in securing his freedom, other worlds will suffer the same. The Moiety are looking to me. I may be immortal, but I have to do something. This is important. It's been a very long time since my last entry. There is much to tell. It was hard to recognize, but I found the Starfisher. It is located on what Gen refers to as his Temple Island. The Moiety prefer to use Rivenese word Alapo, which means water pool. They've thus taken to referring to the void itself as Alatran, pool of stars. It is the very fissure that allowed Atris and me to escape this age without leaving a linking book behind us, though it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron. Several derelict devices from that time remain mounted to its surface, including a hatch with a windowed viewport, a large telescope, and a mechanical lift that was used to install it, the combination of which was acquired by the Moiety long ago. So we have the combination. Oh God. 12? Oh God, I'll work it out later. In the early days, the Moiety briefly considered reopening the fissure. Thankfully, they've decided against it. Had they attempted it back then, the results might well have been catastrophic. Were they to do so today, it would certainly mean the end of Riven. I am told that in the days immediately following Gen's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure, for he had seen the mist book fall from Atris's hands into the very same space. To this end, he sacrificed several poor souls, allegedly transgressors of the law, by throwing them into the hatch so he could observe their fate. It is said that they did not die, but what becomes of them remains a mystery. And that original fissure is no longer alone. New ruptures have appeared in recent years at various locations around the islands. In some instances, the Moiety are able to glimpse the breaches before Gen and his minions moved in to contain them. Their descriptions support my suspicion that the forces that are tearing Riven apart are more than merely geological. More troubling, however, is that Gen is not simply containing these rifts, but it is somehow using them to travel between the islands, and that he has also reportedly devised a way to harvest the energies from the expanse for some as of yet unknown purpose. How like him to wantonly exploit for his own selfish gain that which he does not understand. The starfield beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. That is how Atris described his brief time within the expanse before he linked out, leaving his mistbook drifting within it. He was never able to conclude upon its nature, but I cannot help but feel that there must be some greater pneuma behind it. What a good choice. Wow. No, I haven't finished this game. I'm getting close, though. Something I should have mentioned earlier. One of the colossal blades that appeared in the course of the escape from Ribbon, the great dagger that stands at one end of the fissure, has been adopted by the Moaiety as the emblem of their struggle. So basically, what I have to do is I have to go to Gin. He's going to accept the book, but he won't link himself. He'll make me link. So I link, right? When he links, we should trade places. He'll be trapped in the book, right? Then in his parallel world, I have to find the code to Catherine's prison and release her, and then take the code from Catherine's book back to the Starfisher, input the Rivenese code to unlock the Starfisher, thereby signaling, I believe, to Atris to come and retrieve Catherine. He comes, gets her, he takes her back to Dunny, and I go into the Starfisher because I'm not from Dunny. I'm pretty sure that is the order of operations of what's left, which means I have effectively beat the game, but I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to read this document, I'm going to save, and we're going to do the grand finale tomorrow at the beginning of stream. They have their own explanation of how it came to be, of course, but their choice is more apt than they know, as that dagger, along with the other blades, was a manifestation of my rage at the desecration that Gen had already wrought upon the world. I haven't told the Moaiety that I wrote it into this age, as I fear that I would only fuel their overestimation of me, but I can't deny it pleases me to have inadvertently provided them with such a fitting symbol for their cause. My limited encounter with Gen's followers have been discouraging. Whenever I've attempted to engage them, they fled from me. I heard an interesting tale from the Moaiety last night, which may help to explain this. Soon after we trapped Gen on Riven, he claimed that it was he who had been responsible for the Great Blade, summoning them as a preemptive, punitive reminder of the obeisance he expected? Okay. In the village circles, it is told that this act marked the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, provided they had proven their devotion to him, they would be delivered into a new and better existence. I will continue my attempts to intervene on their behalf. The cage has finally failed. Gen is free. My sources have confirmed that Gen has managed to create a functional linking book. In fact, he had done so before my arrival, but kept this accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest acolytes were aware of it. In keeping with this callous regard for the words he creates, he has simply named the age 233. It is not yet known whether he has written others. I have also just learned that years ago a Moaiety scout managed to steal the book that was an early failure that Gen had intended to destroy. It was largely complete, but did not work. I wasn't told about it until now because they thought it was useless. Oh no, that's not good. Gen struggled for decades, but he could never get conventional linking book to work. The problem with this is that there might be some issue with me linking. I don't know how I might play into this, but then one day he began construction on a cumbersome mechanical solution, a complex array of devices designed to harness the energies of the starry expanse and use them to suppress his book's inherent flaws. The design phase was chaotic and often dangerous. The Moaiety tell of tremendous explosions as Gen sought to contain and wield the forces that he knew little to nothing about. But he is nothing if not determined, and eventually he was able to use his enormous crutch to link to another age. I can't deny his brilliance, but it is an abominable solution, brutish and overwrought, and all but entirely unnecessary. I have studied the partially burned book that the Moaiety took from him. Although he sought retribution for the affront, he appears to have been otherwise untroubled by the theft, no doubt assuming the book had been useless in the Moaiety's hand. But I can see what they could not, the book yet be salvageable. That's how Tay was created. The age the book describes is wholly unsuitable as a home for the Moaiety, but I think it can be modified. I will dream. And then, of course, she recreates the world tree, because that's her whole shtick. Let's make trees on every world. There is a book that you're given a journal. It's a good idea to read if you want the lore. Yeah, a lot of these journals too will straight up give you answers to puzzles. So if you ignore them, you're gonna have a hard time. I have nearly let's screenshot this. I doubt it'll be important, but I've nearly finished writing the Moiades Age. The world is described as harder and more desolate than they are used to, but they should be able to sustain themselves there. But we'll need a second book. Gen has been spending most of his time on 233 lately, so the danger is less, but getting into his lab will still be difficult. The coming collapse weighs the air, blurring my vision both day and night. We must act soon. Success! We have secured a second book, though I worry now that Gen will miss it and deduce our plans before we're ready. The descriptive book I've prepared as a refuge for the rebels is useless unless I can find a way to correct its inherent flaws. Gen's massive machine mainly functions to manipulate the energies within the expanse. It serves its purpose, but its excess seems unwarranted. The Rivenese have long used crystalline substrates as an elegant means to manipulate light. If I could just find the right material, last night's dreams have delivered me a perilous plan. I will write this substance into the new Moiade Age. If we could temporarily access Gen's apparatus, we could use our book to link to this new age and search for the crystal. Someone would then have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Gen's hands, all would be lost. Fuck, they have really changed so much. So she's got a second book that I'm going to have to link to and retrieve a crystal and bring back without Gen getting it. Am I understanding that correctly? Like, before, what I would do is I would take the book that I brought here. I would go to Gen. Gen would be like, oh, I don't trust you. You link first. And I'm like, yo, bet, fam. And then, bam. And he'd be like, oh, no cap. And he won't know until he get all rizzed up and link himself that, yes, indeed, it is Cap. Congratulations, you're imprisoned. And then I just punch in the code. I was like, oh, Catherine is free. Cool. All right, let's go to the Starry Expanse. Punch in a code. All right, cool. You two, peace out. All right, it's good seeing you again, Atris. Anyway, I hope you two have a daughter later on that's like way over fucking powered. But all right, I'm out. And then I jump into the Starry Expanse. That's the gist of it. But this is like, oh, but there was a crystal on another planet. And then it's like, oh, God, did we have to add crystals? Oh, no, what are we doing? Why are there crystals? It's almost 9 o'clock where I am. My head hurts already. I'm going to have to read like the second half of this at the beginning of my next stream, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. If we could temporarily access Gen's apparatus, we could use our book to link to this new age and search for the crystals. Someone would have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Gen's hands, all would be lost. When Gen links to 233, one of his acolytes always remains to shut down the device. We'll have to get to him before he can do so, which means we'll only have one chance before they're alerted to our presence. Everything is ready. I've written the material into the new age. So maybe this is shit that's already happened. And I have prepared the second linking book as a return path to Ribbon. Of course, it too suffers the same deficiencies as all of Gen's books, so it won't work unless it's augmented. Once I'm in the new age, I'll have to locate the crystal and adapt it to heal the gateway image. That's how I was able to get here. I get it. Which should render the book functional. I can then use the second linking book to return to Ribbon with more of the material. It's risky, but if it all goes well, the Moiade and others we can convince to join them will finally have an escape. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of this plan. I sound like Atris, damn straight. That's one thing I like about Atris. He gets shit done. He gets shit done. It's just what he does. Should I fail to return, it will likely mean the end of my life, but my only real fear is for my people. Everyone assures me they have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. That's the fulfillment of the prophecy, after all, but underneath, they are just as tense and fearful as I am. I do not need you to prop me up. If I have a plan, and it is a risky fucking plan, I don't need you to say, oh, that's gonna fucking blow up in your face, you fucking loser. I don't need that. But I do need you to be like, well, okay, what could go wrong? Maybe this could go wrong. Here's a potential solution, right? Being able to think outside of the box, and sometimes it requires other people, but if they just assume you're going to be successful, they're not going to offer any useful input. Okay. What will become of them if I do not return? Will they perish here on Riven or attempt to follow me through this new book to an unknown fate? I don't know what to tell them. Against all odds, it is done. We have already evacuated most of our members to this new age, which the Moiade have named Tay. The world is more beautiful than I'd anticipated, so I am pleased. The Rivenese have been liberated at last. They stand beneath the open sky unafraid, dazzled by their freedom. They are happy, but there's still much to be done. The age is still vulnerable. The only way to completely protect it from Gen is to destroy the books once everyone is safely on Tay. I'm hesitant to bring this up with the Moiety until they have a chance to acclimate themselves to the new world, as it would mean they would be forever exiled from the only home they've ever known. Nor am I eager to sever my own connection and my only path back to my life and family on Mist. But for the greater good, it must be done. For the moment, we're safe, but our activities could arouse Gen's suspicions at any moment. We cannot delay. I will return to Riven tomorrow to resume my attempts to persuade the remaining holdouts to join the others in Tay. For now, though, I must rest. Okay, this is where we're going to save. This is where I'm going to wrap up. Oh, I can't save? Really? You bitch. Why can't I save? What's this? Oh, this is... Yeah, okay. This is Atris's book. So we got Atris's book and we got... Oh. Okay, this is the trap. Hey, do you guys want to see one of the... I'm kidding. That's one of the endings. I can 100% just fucking trap myself if you want. But I don't think I should. Can't I, like, open this? I swear there's, like, a way to open it. Do I get to see any more of this world? Oh, I do! Oh, thank you, Cyan. Thank you. It's not as cool as I expected, but it's still pretty fucking cool. We'll take ourselves a tour of this world. Ooh, okay, that is a little creepy. They definitely like Catherine, like, a lot. Oh, I hope it gives me a door I can knock on 5 times again. That shit would be funny. Oh, do they all go down? I don't want that. I want to explore as much as possible. Apparently running one on Windows is a thing. Bizarre. That would actually make sense if you were trying to run something from like Windows 95, 98, Millennium Edition, 2000 XP. I could see Wine actually being helpful with that, because even with compatibility modes, it's a nightmare. Like, go and get like the OG Diablo 2 to run. Good luck with that. I guess that's the only way I can go. Damn, I wanted to go to that central place. I never was able to do it. I was never able to get the original Diablo 2 to run on Windows 7, let alone Windows 10. It never would work. That's why I bought Resurrection when it came out. I was like, oh, okay. Cool. All right, we have no choice but to go down. You got me, fam? Yeah, I appreciate you, dude. All right. I'm a little disappointed in this world for some reason. It's not bad, but the textures and stuff, like, it seems like it's almost lower res than the rest of the world. The wooden stuff doesn't sound quite right when you walk on it. Oh, this is how I return. Can I save here? Yes. Okay, this is where we're going to save. This is where we're going to save. Because I don't want, if something bad happens, for me to get screwed. But I'm going to be honest, man. Riven or Mist or whatever, I have talked myself to death. My voice actually hurts. Actually, like, really inspires me more than just about any other game in the media of games. Like, my whole life, I have been a very creative person. I have been one of those people. It's interesting. My dad used to have a handle on the internet. It was Jack Oates, Jack of all trades, master of none, he would say. And I didn't think anything too much of it when I was a kid, but it's definitely like the one thing that I picked up from dad is this like just an interest in everything. And it means that like I'm not really an expert at anything, but damn, I have a cursory knowledge of a lot of stuff because I get interested in things. So like when I was real little, I loved to draw and I loved writing stories, was really into comic books and stuff. Like I got a little bit older, like 10 or 11, I started doing like graphic design and HTML and like real minor coding stuff. I learned a little bit of like JavaScript and stuff when I was very young. I was not good at it. But I learned ActionScript. I learned how to make like Flash animations and stuff. And I got older and I got into music and I started like, oh, I'm going to learn guitar and bass and drum patterns and digital audio workstations and all this stuff. So over the course of my whole life, I have learned how to do art and write and make music and do stories and decode to some degree. I'm not fucking fantastic at it, but I'm okay. And it didn't really occur to me until probably like my late 20s. I never really seriously considered making games. But it didn't really occur to me until like maybe my late 20s, early 30s that like, holy shit, if I were to make games, that would mean I could use all that stuff. I get to write stories. I get to come up with cool art. I get to code really cool fucking mechanics and things like that. I can do my own music, everything. Like I can literally do everything. It's a shit ton of work. But it's one of the only things I know of that if you go in as a solo developer and you have just a little bit of an interest in all those things, you're already way ahead of the curve. But it really was streaming, actually, like streaming games that made it kind of click that holy shit, these games, not just Ribbon, but Ribbon is definitely one of them. All the Myst games are able to tell a story in a way that can't be told in almost any other medium. The closest you get is choose your own adventure books. It's about it. Choose your own adventure books are just about the only parallel you have to a really good story in a game. And I think about games like Outer Wilds where it's not linear at all. It's very open world, right? But then you have games, you know, I don't know, like Myst that are kind of open world, but not really. It does sort of have a linear progression. So does Ribbon. There are certain things you have to figure out before certain things. Helps. Skyrim, you know, Soma. There you go. There's a good linear one. Soma is totally linear, but that is one of the best stories I've ever heard. It actually almost makes me disappointed for older generations. I told my mom that one time. I was like, man, Mom, some of the best stories I have ever heard, the best stories I've ever read or consumed were in games. Like, you're kind of missing out because if those games aren't made into a movie, even if they are written into a novelization or made into a movie, it's not going to be the same. That feeling of discovery of flying around a distant solar system, uncovering like the mysteries of lost alien species in Outer Wilds, and the sudden discovery of the significance of the quantum moon and the bramble and the black holes and white holes and why time keeps loop, all that stuff, the unraveling of that is something that only through personal discovery can you really appreciate. You couldn't tell Outer Wilds as a movie. You couldn't tell Ribbon as a movie. You could get a hell of a lot closer with something like Myst and Ribbon in book form. I actually love the Book of Atris. I thought it was fantastic. Well, anyway, that's my weird game ending rant. I'm gonna make myself some tea. Maybe play guitar for a bit. I gotta put new strings on this guy. I don't want to. I have a set. They're way too thick. I'm afraid they're not gonna sound good on this one. Because I got a thick set on the Gibson and it's terrible. It sounds awful. I'm trying really hard to get my SG to sound good. It just... I think I've screwed up the nut too much. I need to replace the nut. I think that really is my problem. I think the nut is causing the tuning to shift too much when you play. And because of that, it always sounds kind of vaguely out of tune, even if you tune it perfectly. So... Oh, is it... Oh, tomorrow is Freedom Day. Damn straight. Measuring things in bananas, just like all good Americans do. All right, boys, I'm out of here. Have a wonderful night. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully on time. Until then, I bid you all adieu. Au revoir. Wait. Quote. Which quote? Measuring things in bananas like all good Americans do? Is that what you're talking about? I don't even remember what I said here. You're right. I got a replay function. Remuxing recording. And stuff. Like I got a little bit older, like 10 or 11. I started doing like graphic design and HTML and like real minor coding stuff. I have a set. They're way too thick. It sounds awful. I'm trying really hard to get my SG to sound good. It just, I think I've screwed up the nut too much. I need to replace the nut. I think that really is my problem. I think the nut is causing the tuning to shift too much when you play, and because of that, it always sounds kind of vaguely out of tune, even if you tune it perfectly. So, oh, is it? I heard fireworks go off, by the way. That's why I said that. Do you know what a nut is? I mean, I know you know what a nut is. All guitars have them. See that white band right there? That white band? That's a nut. This one's messed up too. If you were to actually look at this nut, you would notice that there's actually a lip there. Like I can pluck it. That's because it was cheaply glued in. By me, because this nut broke. Weirdly, I repaired this nut and it works great. Yeah, hashtag nut stuff. Exactly. Right. You got it. Here. Hang on. So I was able to repair that nut. That nut was glued and polished, son. Let's go. What's really, really funny is that I put heavy gauge strings on this guitar. This guy. I love this guy. But I put heavy gauge strings on him. And because of that, the nut couldn't accommodate the thickness. So I had to shave this nut. This nut had to be shaved. There was no choice. It's a black nut, you know, but I'm not racist. It's fine. But no, the problem was actually not that. The issue with this nut is it's a loose nut. Dude, it is funny though. I didn't even think about it at the time. But no, really, this is a loose nut. Not even kidding. Like, I know that sounds funny. If I were to take the strings off, it would fall off. The nut would be gone. We would lose the nut. Yeah, I'll have to do the quote function. But I need to replace this nut. This nut needs replaced with a better nut. I'm probably also going to replace the bridge. If I had the money, I'd get better tuners. I'd get some like Godot tuners. Although these Grover, they're not bad. Get some like Godot tuners. Tusk, nut. Already got pickups. I'd replace them with the Fuzzlord Effects Alchemist Wintershins pickups. New saddle. This is okay. I might replace the bridge, but it's okay. It's not really an issue with it. It's got some like some oxidization, so it looks a little old. I can maybe replace that. But what I would do is I would pull out the electronics, replace all the pots, get a push-pull pot. And what a push-pull pot lets you do is these pickups, if you were to look under the covers, are 2 rows each, but you can actually split these. It's called coil tapping or splitting humbuckers, and they behave like single coils, right? So I could get a push-pull pot that makes these split coil. Then if I reverse these, which they already are, interestingly, or they appear to be, the middle position, which is this guy, the middle position would be like one giant humbucker with one split coil here and one split coil there. That would be a single coil in the bridge position. That would be a single coil in the neck position. So I would have new tuners, new nut, new saddles, new pickups, new pots, because there's some scratchiness in these. With the push-pull function, might even replace this switch. It feels okay. It's just not great, and I don't like the orange. I'm going to be honest. I don't like that orange at all. For whatever reason, you have this lovely, right, wood tone, red satin finish, right? It's a little shiny, but that's actually from play. This was satin. You can see where it's satin up here, but it's shiny there. That's from playing for years. Yeah, I mean, it's a set neck, right? This is one solid piece. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting because this is like one solid piece down here, which is kind of rare. Usually it's like 3. But yeah, this thing could absolutely be upgraded. It would cost me maybe, minus the pickups which I already have, probably like $150. Get new saddles, new nut, new tuners. Probably also get like hardware changes. Replace a lot of the screws and stuff because a bunch of them oxidized. Maybe get a new plate, a new pick guard, because this guy's been scratched up from years of play. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, if I'm going to upgrade a guitar, it kind of makes sense to upgrade the one that's actually already decent. The one that's easiest to upgrade is that guy. I'm not going to leave that there permanently. Fenders are so much easier to upgrade, but... All right, I'm out. I don't know why I ranted about that. Have a good night, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Sashimi!
You're welcome.